Our judge has just selected our preserve, and it's the very same breed. How about that?
And we thank you for this day. We thank you for allowing us to come together and with our friends and family to exhibit these heifers here that many of these exhibitors have put much time and effort into. We ask that you bless these kids, their families, their ag teachers, their county agents, keep them safe as we go throughout the day, and provide them safe travels home, whether that's tonight or tomorrow, so that we may all celebrate the resurrection of your Son and our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen. We're going to start off here with the 4-H pledge. We have Mr. Kate Oldham from Travis County 4-H that's going to lead us in the 4-H pledge. Kate?
In support of the 4-H motto, to make the best better, I pledge my head to clear thinking, my heart to greater loyalty, my hands to larger service, and my health to better living, for my club, my community, my country, and my world.
Thank you. And we have Ms. Chastity Evans of the Liberty FFA chapter. She will lead us in the FFA motto.
Learning to do, doing to learn, earning to live, and living to serve.
Thank you, Chastity. Now, if you would, we get everyone's attention. This morning, we have Miss Riley Oldham from the Travis County 4-H, and she will lead us in our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rake glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you, Riley. Thank you to Kate and Chastity as well. I think we're ready to show some heifers. Angus exhibitors, Class 1. Hopefully we got those lined up. Angus heifers, Class 2. Please get them to staging. And we'll get started with our show. Ladies and gentlemen, as our judge evaluates this first class of Angus heifers, I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce him to you. Our judge today is Dr. Dan Scheich. Dr. Scheich is married to his lovely wife, Jennifer, and they have 3 kids, Olivia, who's 9, Hunter, who is 7, and Harper, who is 2. They reside out of Sedoras, Illinois, but Dan's hometown is Alexis. Dan received his associate's degree from Blackhawk College East Campus, and then his undergraduate degree from Kansas State University, and then went on to get his PhD in animal science from the University of Illinois. Currently, he works for the University of Illinois and has for 15 years, and he teaches beef production and livestock education. During his time at Blackhawk College and K-State, he was a member of the livestock judging team. He keeps close to his family by staying involved with his family's cattle operation, Scheich Cattle Company. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Dan Scheich, our judge for our British and European breeds today. Attention Angus exhibitors, we need all entries in class number 3 to the staging area. Angus exhibitors, we need all entries in class number 3 to the staging area. Reminders again, exhibitors, please bring your registration papers with you to the show ring. And this is a blow and go show. No hair products are allowed, no paint, no dye. That will be checked when those heifers come in the staging area, and you will be disqualified if you have any of those things on your animal.
Test. Good morning. Certainly a pleasure to be here and looking forward to sorting through the cattle here today. We get started on this first class Angus heifers, and I think Certainly plenty of quality here. Young Man in the Yellow is going to win this class for me. This heifer, no matter which angle you study her from, I guess I like her. From the side here when they get stopped and set up, this one sure has some presence, some balance, eye appeal. Study her down her top line, I sure see some advantages. Just the way she's ties there, that shoulder into her top line, her strength in her loin is good. And yet she's a heifer when you get in behind her. You sure have to appreciate her for the natural width that she has, study her at her pins. And yet out on the move, I think she's sure adequate. I guess if I'll pick on her in one spot, I'd lay her shoulder back just a bit, but nice female to lead off with. Really a deep-sided one that gives you a cowy look here in second. I think at times this heifer gets just a little piecier in her top line, wants to drop right in behind her shoulder, wants to pinch in her loin a bit. And I think when you step right in behind her, not as much natural dimension as the heifer that wins the class, or probably as the heifer here in third. Heifer in third is one that's impressive from a natural width and stoutness standpoint. Just need to change her in terms of her structure a bit. Watch her off of this hind leg. She wants to pull her hock in and just isn't as coordinated and as comfortable out on the go. But when she gets her stop put together, she can give you a nice look. She's certainly stout. I thought it was close, fourth and fifth, different types. I went with the more moderate one that's got more natural rib shape and dimension. I see this one as being just a little lower input kind. She doesn't have the eye appeal, just the look from the side as some of those cattle up ahead of her. Next heifer, as I said, is one that is probably a little too extreme for most, and she is for me to get in this top cut anyway. Now, she does have some eye appeal, and the young lady does a good job getting her presented here. This one just needs to be moderated in her frame size, needs to have more natural dimension and body to go with that. Then we get into some cattle here that, again, maybe just some structure things. A young lady in pink, that one wants to get a little too tight up in her spine. She gets a little tucked up in her flank, throws her off in terms of balance. Next heifer is one that does have some fleshing ability and some rib, and I give that advantage to her of these last few, but she's pretty short-bodied. Just question her in terms of her maturity. And then we round out the class with a heifer that needs to be sounder, needs to go better off that hind leg. You like her extra length of body, just needs a notch more depth of rib to go with it.
Thank you, Dr. Scheich. Results from class number 1 of our Angus show. First place goes to Stuart Lostavica of Bell County 4-H. In second is Katie Free of Salado FFA. Third place, Callie Dye of Detroit FFA. In fourth place is Hunter Pieper of Belleville FFA. Fifth place, Shanley Bowden of Kaufman County 4-H. Sixth place, Jalen Urbanowski of Burleson County 4-H. In seventh was Tacey Aragon of Caney Creek FFA. And eighth place was Luke Hayden of Burnett County 4-H. Now, Class 2, Rayleigh Aragon, we need you in the staging area. Now ready for Class 2. These are going to be heifers that were born March of 2015. Attention Angus exhibitors, we need classes 3 and 4. All entries in classes 3 and 4, we need you to staging. Again, this is class 2. Moving into the ring, these are heifers that were born in March of 2015. Attention Angus exhibitors. Angus exhibitors, if we could get all entries in Class 4 to staging. Class 4, we need you in staging. Class 7, please start making your way to staging as well.
Good class here, and it's deep on down in here, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th. I think there's some close placings. These were the three that hit me the hardest when they came in, and they're still the three that I think you need to get to the top of this class. Now, within the three, I think there's certainly some discussion. There's some differences in where they excel. Yet I just kept coming back to the young lady in red's heifer as the one that just the most complete. You know, when I study her at the profile and particularly on the move, she just keeps herself together so well and correct down her top line. Love the way that her head and neck is attached there on her shoulder. Heifer that can get out and take a nice step. Super deep bodied, smooth made. You know, she's not the stoutest when you step in behind her, but I think when you study her natural base width, study her through her chest, that heifer's got plenty of natural width to me. Just really feminine and correct from the profile. Heifer that comes in second is one that's got some stoutness, some spread to her when you get up on top, like the rib shape and dimension in this heifer. And I think that's one of the places where she excels, the heifers on both sides of her. This one, just the way she is up there through her shoulder and front end, though, is not as attractive. She wants to open at the top of her shoulder, gets a little crestier in her neck, a little fuller and deeper through her chest, and I think all those things just throw her off just a bit from the side. But again, one that you really have to appreciate for natural dimension. The heifer in third, I guess, is the toughest one for me. She has some pieces that I like, but they just don't quite fit together right. This heifer, when he gets her stopped and gets her put together, I saw some looks that I really liked of this heifer. But then there were times that, you know, particularly when I got off on a rear 45-degree angle or got around in front of her, she's a little narrower through her chest, a little flatter through her forerib. When we set this heifer in motion, she's just a little awkward off of her hind leg. I think she's almost inverted in her hip. Her pins probably sit higher than her hooks. You see that tail head sticking up there, and I think that just changes all the angles there from behind because that hip set up too high. She's just a little awkward and uncoordinated then when she goes off that hind leg. But still, a good heifer, like a lot of things about her. She's more feminine up front than the one in second. We dropped just a bit here, and I already said that I thought 4, 5, 6, 7 you could debate and had some things that made this close. The heifer that I have in fourth, I like from her shoulder back. From her shoulder forward, just doesn't match. She's a little crestier neck, just not as feminine as I'd like to see. I think a heifer that's sure adequate in terms of her movement when we get her out. And again, I like her down her top line. I think she's adequate in her dimension when we get behind. That young lady that comes around next in fifth, this heifer, a good body kind of a female, and there was times she'd give you a nice look. There's times that she just got a little out of balance as well, and I think it's her hip and hind leg, way it's set in there. Another one of those that might be just almost inverted up there. She's a little frailer as you take her to the ground, and things don't quite just match there. But again, I thought that was close because she's more feminine than that heifer. Heifer that comes next is one that got some dimension to her, maybe just a little coarser through that shoulder, just doesn't blend as nice, wants to pinch in her loin just a bit. But again, I like the natural dimension and thickness that heifer has. You sure have to appreciate her for it. The next heifer, here's one that, again, was a good-bodied heifer. She's not quite right up through her shoulder, and there's a couple times stopped over here on the profile. She'd really come apart, and those front legs were spread, and she just wasn't as balanced and as correct as I'd like to see. Heifers then that come next couple here, longer body kind of cattle that you get off to the side, and they maybe need a notch more depth of rib to really balance out. That heifer there, I just get concerned, how big is she going to be? If she is a little big, she needs a notch more body to go with it. Next heifer is just a little plainer in her makeup, got a little extra set to her hind leg, wants to pop those pasterns. Final two heifers here give up some performance, weight per day of age to those cattle up ahead of them. I thought the young lady there in the purple shirt, her heifer was just a little more correct and balanced, because the one that rounds out the class, even though she's got good body and dimension, she's a little off on her hind leg.
Results from class number 2 in our Angus show. First place goes to Shelby Phillips of Martin County 4-H. In second place is Sarah Beth Britton of Mount Enterprise FFA. Third place, Braden Hillary of Ryder FFA. In fourth place was Stuart Lostavica of Bell County 4-H. Fifth place, Rayleigh Aragon of Lavaca County 4-H. In sixth was Shelby Fitzgerald of Columbia Brazoria FFA. Seventh place, Lane Binker of Brenham FFA. Eighth place, Jeremiah Steff of Beckville FFA. In ninth was Cashin Clipful of Glenrose FFA. And 10th place went to Presley Sliger of Hamilton FFA. Now moving into the ring is class number 3 in our Angus show. These are heifers that were born in February of 2015. We need all entries. Angus heifers, entries in class 4 and 7 and staging. Class 8, this is your first call.
interesting class here, and there's some give and take. I'm going to not deny that there are some challenges at the top end of this class, and maybe some sacrifices I guess I had to make in terms of things that are usually pretty top priority for me. But with that said, I think once you get past a couple little things that I guess bug me about this first heifer, she needs to win. Those little things that bug me, I don't like where her tail head sets in there, and I'd probably change her through that shoulder just a bit and the way she's laid in there. But this heifer's good in her body depth, good in her rib shape. She certainly has some dimension when you get in behind her. I think her top line's pretty good in terms of where she is, from right out the back of her shoulder back through those hooks and pins. She's got a long enough, feminine enough neck. If you put a little bit of hair on this one to just smooth some of those things out, maybe they wouldn't stick out as much. But with that said, she does need to be better through her shoulder, and I would like to just nail that tail head down in her just a bit. Heifer that comes next is one that's feminine, long-bodied, and I think her length and extension and smoothness up front is where she excels the heifer in third. This one gets a little flatter right in there through her forerib, wants to dip in behind her shoulder a bit, and I call her just a little awkward and uncoordinated in how she goes off that hind leg. The heifer that's in third here is one that when she came in, I thought maybe she was going to win the class, but the longer she's out here, I don't know if she's getting more and more tired, but I knew her biggest problem when I first saw her was up through that front third, and I guess the longer she's out here, the more critical I am of her in that regard. She's a little straight in her shoulder, she's a little short in her neck, and just reads a little quick there, and that throws her off in terms of her balance. I think her hip and hind leg might be as good as any in the class, and that's why I initially liked her. She's got a big foot, she's good in her pastern, she goes away true enough from hock to ground. It's just that front third's just not quite good enough. Heifer that comes next is similar in that she's too straight up through her shoulder, but she's a little short striding off of her hind leg, so not near as good of a rear leg as that one ahead of her. But I still have her up here because I like her body depth and I like her balance. Even though she's too straight through her shoulder, I think she still gives you a good enough look from the side, and certainly one of the good bodied heifers here in class. Young lady that's going to be in the fifth spot, this heifer's pretty decent till you get back from her hooks back. And when she goes, this heifer drops her pins, wants to get that hind leg up underneath of her, and just doesn't maintain her balance on the move because of the way she goes off of those rear two. From her hooks forward, you have to like the body and the mass and the dimension she has, and yet she's still attractive enough up through that front third for the kind of body she has. Just need to fix that rear third. The next heifer is one that just gets outpowered here. I read this one a little flatter and frailer in her makeup. She's still got some correctness in her top line. She has added depth of body and performance over the final two. Young man's heifer that's going to come next is adequate in terms of her length of body. Like to give her a little more natural fleshing ability. Maybe see her a little stronger off that rear leg. Then we finish out with a heifer that just gives up a little too much performance here. She might be a notch more correct in her angle to her shoulder, and I probably would tell you she has a little more body relative to her frame size as compared to that heifer right ahead of her. The bottom line, though, she just gives up too much performance.
Results from class number 3 in our Angus show. First place goes to Reagan Cooper of Fort Bend County 4-H. Second place is Jay Cooper Free of Salado FFA. Third place, Tanner Frick of Bell County 4-H. In fourth was Brantley O'Connor of Williamson County 4-H. Fifth place was Brooke Hunter of Troop FFA. In sixth was Addie Rankin of Elgin FFA. Seventh place was Jarrett Hayden of Burnett County 4-H. And eighth place was Dalton Fullwood of Van Zant County 4-H. Now I have 3 heifers in class number 4. These females were born January of 2015. Angus exhibitors, we need all entries in class number 7 and 8 to staging. All entries in classes 7 and 8 to staging, please.
Going to leave them just like they came in this class. Young ladies heifer really kind of overwhelms this set here. Obviously, we're getting a little older here, and you can see the cattle starting to mature and not looking like little calves anymore, or at least this one, big-bodied, really broody appearing one, extra stout when you get in behind her. Yet she still gives you a nice look from the side and can get out and move really pretty well. I like this heifer. Obviously, we're going to have some different types and kinds when we get our class winners together. This is certainly a very competitive heifer here that wins this class easily for me. 2 and 3 here are a little different in their type and kind. Young man's heifer in second. Still a good-bodied heifer that you like the natural thickness she has. She balances out a little better than the one in third. Obviously just gives up a little performance and look. Probably not as good out of her front end as the heifer that wins the class. Young man's heifer in third. I think you get him behind her, and she's adequate in that regard. I get the most critical of her off from the side here. She needs more depth of rib to really balance out. Heifer, though, that, again, I think's got enough to her. Going to make a nice project for this young man.
Thank you, Dr. Scheich. Results from class number 4 in our Angus show. First place goes to Madison Culpepper of Gonzales County 4-H. In second place is Caden Morse of Wills Point FFA. And third place went to Jeffrey Stratton of Williamson County 4-H. Once they get those heifers processed there in the back, we'll bring back our class winners from the first 4 classes, and Dr. Scheich will select our calf division champions. Attention Angus exhibitors, we need all entries in classes 7, 8, and 9 to staging. Angus exhibitors, we need all entries in classes 7, 8, and 9 to staging, please.
get all these class winners out here in this first calf division. Nice set of cattle. And there's some differences, as I said, in terms of type and kind, just with what was presented in each class. But I think they're all pretty nice cattle. To me, it comes down to probably these first two in the fourth class. And again, the heifer in the fourth class, probably the one that's the most different, just because she's the extra stout, powerful, broody one. She's not as refined, as attractive up front, maybe as those other two. When we get to comparing these first two heifers here, the heifer up front there, just a really balanced one. Young man does a tremendous job getting her exhibited. I really like her at the stand. When she gets out on the move, I get just a notch more critical of her up through her shoulder, just the way that she's laid in there in terms of the angle. She wants to drop her head just a bit when she goes. But boy, she looks good standing. You get in behind her, she's probably got just a notch more width. The heifer here in second is one, when they're out on the move, I just love this heifer. So deep-bodied, so smooth-made, really long and feminine up front. I like the way her neck ties out the top of her shoulder. A heifer that when you get in behind her, I call her adequate in terms of her dimension. There's a few times here that when she stopped, and again, it's a little bit of a function of the heifer just maybe not cooperating the best here for the young lady and just them getting set up and giving you that best look. But put them in motion, and that one just looks the part to me. Again, good set. Got a nice set of seconds here. I'll go out and show you who I like for Champion Reserve in this first division.
Ladies and gentlemen, your heifer calf champion comes out of class number 2, exhibited by Shelby Phillips of Martin County 4-H. And your reserve champion heifer calf comes out of class number 4, exhibited by Madison Culpepper of Gonzales County 4-H. Congratulations to our calf division winners. Now ready for class number 7 in our Angus show. These will be heifers that were born November and December of 2014. Attention Angus exhibitors, we need all entries in classes 8, 9, and 10 to staging. Classes 8, 9, and 10, we need you in staging. Class 7 is in the ring.
little smaller class here to get started in these November, Decembers in the next division. I think young ladies heifer wins pretty quickly for me. An attractive female, got a nice look and presence about her, good down her top line. A heifer that when you get in behind her, I think she's adequate in terms of her dimension. If I'm going to fix her just a bit, I'll drop her in her flank, make her just a little more secure and stable off that rear leg when she goes. But again, a quality look about her. Heifer that comes next, I'd like to moderate her just a bit. I'm a little concerned where she's just going to end up frame size, and I think it's close in 2 and 3 because of that. But this heifer just has a little more depth, and probably when we get them out on the move and just see them more in their natural presence, I thought she had just a notch more balance. No doubt the next heifer is a little more moderate. I appreciate that about her, and certainly I think as you project her out, she will make the more moderate, mature cow, which should indicate she'll require fewer inputs. But she gets a little plainer and frailer in her makeup. She definitely has an advantage in terms of just body and mass over the heifer that rounds out the class. A good kind of a heifer. If she was just a little better off that rear leg, I'd probably gone ahead and put her in the second spot. Heifer that comes here to round out the class just gets outperformed a bit, and like I said, maybe the one in second's a little big. This one's probably gives up too much though, and then she gets a little frailer in her makeup as well.
Results from class number 7 in our Angus show. First place goes to Callie West of Chisholm FFA. Second place is Madison Landers of Godley FFA. In third place is Amanda Smee of Harris County 4-H. And fourth place is Carly Parsons of Victoria County 4-H. Now moving into the ring is class 8 of our Angus show. These are heifers that were born September and October of 2014. Attention Angus exhibitors, we need all entries in class 9 and 10 to the staging, please. All Angus entries in class 9 and 10 to staging, please. Attention in the barn, all heifer exhibitors. We have a few monitors in the back around the stalls so that you can keep up with the show. We know that you have a hard time hearing sometimes, but you can see those monitors. However, if you unplug those monitors, you can't see them. So if you would, please do not unplug our monitors so that everybody can keep track of the show and make it to the show ring on time. While the judge evaluates this class of Angus heifers, I'd like to recognize our sponsors for Junior Heifer Show. First sponsor is AFP, a local company. You can catch the live action on the big screen presented by AFP. Also, Holt Cat. Your trusted source for legendary Caterpillar construction equipment is Holt Cat. They rent, sell, and support these machines at 30 locations across Texas. I'd like to thank those two companies for their support of our Junior Heifer Show today. I also like to take a moment to recognize our superintendents of our Junior Heifer Show. Superintendents Dr. Marcy Beverly and Assistant Superintendent is Dr. Mark Anderson, both from Sam Houston State University. And then all of our ring stewards, those in the back helping with staging, and those individuals that helped you unload the other day. These are all volunteers out of the Department of Agricultural Sciences and Engineering Technology at Sam Houston State as well. So we thank them for being here and helping out with our Junior Heifer Show in Austin.
young man's heifer I'm going to lead off with here is really overpowering in terms of her body and mass and performance. Maybe even to the point where I just maybe there wasn't quite as much here, but it's hard to get too critical of her because she's still moderate in her frame size. She's just really long-bodied, super deep and bold and thick. She weighs a lot, but I don't think it's because she's all that tall. A heifer that with the mass that she has, she still puts herself together pretty well. She's not as refined and neat up front as a few, but obviously she's just got so much more to her you wouldn't expect her to be. I think she handles herself pretty good out here on her feet and legs, and I call her fresh enough. I do like that, just freshness and maybe a little more youthful look in this heifer that comes next, and I like the front third and the attractiveness, smoothness of her shoulder that she has. Obviously, she doesn't have as much mass, but then I get a little critical of her hind leg as well. If she was undeniably the soundest heifer, I'd probably give up that mass. But when she goes, she drops her pin, she pulls her hocks together. I can't just say that she's good enough there to go ahead and say that I like her more moderate size and a more attractive look. The heifer that comes in third is an interesting one, good-bodied, and if you just look from her shoulder back to her hip, you don't look in front of her shoulder and you don't look below her body line. I know that's a lot of ifs. I like her body type a lot. But then you get up to that shoulder, she's a little straight, she's a little shorter neck, wants to be a little lower headed. She's kind of got an awkward set to her hind leg and just doesn't get out and flex and use that rear leg like I'd like to see. Again, body type wise, maybe my favorite in here, needs to be a little sounder, needs to have a little more length and femininity up front. Heifer that comes next is a long-bodied one, gets too pinched in her forerib and a little tight when she gets out and goes. She wants to get a little rigid in her spine and doesn't set down quite as good off her hind leg. Nicely presented heifer that is long and attractive when she gets stopped. I think when we get her set in motion, you can see where she gets a little piece here, wants to roach up, pinch down on that loin. Heifer that comes next, good-bodied, thick one. That front third, obviously, it needs to be more feminine for me. A little cresty in her neck, just a little bully-looking, big-chested heifer. Love the body, love the natural thickness. I like to see more femininity go with it. Young lady's heifer that comes next needs to go a little better both ends. Wants to get too straight up in her shoulder. Has a little extra set to her hock, a little frailer at the ground there. She's more feminine than the one up ahead of her. I didn't think she had as much body, probably as good in her skeleton either. Young lady's heifer that comes next, again, body type-wise is all right. Need to fix that hind leg. Quite a bit of set. Wants to get up on those pasterns as well. Just like to strengthen that hind leg, see her more secure as she goes. Young lady's heifer that's next here gets a little shallower bodied, a little tighter up there through her flank, and you combine that with just a little different hind leg as well. Just doesn't fit in here. Heifer then that rounds out the class, one that structurally I get critical of, particularly up through her front end, a little upright in her shoulder, a little frailer in her makeup, and you get around behind her and she gets outpowered as well.
Thank you for those comments, Dr. Scheich. Results from class number 8 in our Angus show. First place goes to Logan Morris of Wills Point FFA. And second is Kristen Massengill of Hamilton FFA. Third place is Peyton Alexander of Somervell County 4-H. Fourth place, Jeremiah Steff of Beckville FFA. In fifth is Clay Riddle of Italy FFA. Sixth place goes to Kaylin Aragon of Lavaca County 4-H. In seventh is Micah McKerney, San Saba FFA. Eighth place, Megan Hine of Sealy FFA. And ninth place goes to Kate Oldham of Travis County 4-H. Now moving into the ring is class number 9. These are heifers that were born July and August of 2014. Angus Exhibitors, Class 13, this is your first call. Angus Exhibitors, Class 13, this is your first call.
Nice female to lead off this class, one that really tremendous in terms of her performance and depth of body, mass, yet still gives you a great look here from the side. Blends good. You know, for a heifer that's 6 months along here and probably been on the show road for a while, I think pretty good in terms of freshness. Like this heifer when she gets out on the move as well. 2 and 3 are close in my opinion, and when they get out, I just like the added length up front there of the heifer in second, the way her neck ties into her shoulder, and she does that with being a little better in her depth of body, and so all that just helps her balance out and be a little more proportional here on the side. And it's not just at the stand. I think she maintains a balance advantage when we pull them to the lead. There's some things sure caught my eye. This heifer in third, this is still a quality female. She's moderate. She's got some spread and some width to her. Just gets a little shorter up through that front end, maybe a little plainer in her look for that chest that she has, maybe just not quite as good in her body as you go back to her flank. But that's getting nitpicky on pretty nice heifer. All three of those exhibitors brought nice females here.
Results from class number 9 in our Angus show. First place goes to Braden Hillary of Rider FFA. Second place is Caitlin Kent of Snook FFA. And third place is Hannah Steff of Beckville FFA. Now ready for class number 10 in our Angus show. These are heifers that will be born May through June of 2014. Attention Angus exhibitors, we need all entries in classes 13, 14, and 15 to staging. Angus exhibitors, we need all entries in classes 13, 14, and 15 to staging. Attention Charolais exhibitors. Charolais exhibitors, we are nearing the end of our Angus show, so we'll be calling for our first Charolais classes shortly.
Good class here at the top end. This one's really neat to look at that starts this class. Really unique and attractive one that it's hard to make them so neat-necked and the nice from the side here, yet still have some foot and some bone. A heifer that when you get her out on the move, takes a nice step, maintains herself and her top line pretty good. You know, that's a nice kind of a female that really puts some special parts together. The young man's got him a good heifer here in second, and maybe just a notch more moderate, really deep-sided kind of a female, and you like that about her. You know, she gets just a little more open through her shoulder, maybe just a little different in how she uses that hind leg, a little shorter in that step. But, boy, that's a moderate, big-bodied one that's going to make a tremendous cow. It gets a little tougher here then after that. I thought we had a nice place to start and a very, very logical second. And then there's give and take. Young lady in red's got one that a moderate heifer that she can get her with a nice look here when she gets her set up. A heifer that I'd like to change her hip and hind leg when she gets out and goes. Thought there's a little more balance in this heifer than the young man's heifer. I made a switch here. This heifer, at times I like her because she's big-bodied, she's stout, and she's got some performance. And then I get to picking on her a little bit because she's a little coarser through her shoulder, a little deeper through that chest. And again, I know I've said this on a few of them, I wish she would take just a little better step off her hind leg. A female over there that's calved ahead of her second birthday, which you always appreciate. She just gets outpowered, and I know it's a little tougher to compare these cattle at different stages of production. I certainly give her some credit for calving ahead of her birthday, but obviously those cattle up ahead of her are going to calve on their birthday or close to it, so there's no reason to penalize them. She's an feminine, attractive one that moves nice. She just gets out-horsed, and I know she's been nursing a calf for a few weeks here, but even if you try and backtrack ahead of that calf being born, I'm sure she still gave up some performance and mass. And we round out the class with a heifer that wants to get a little tight in her spine, just a little rigid there as she goes, but a moderate heifer that's sure adequate in her body.
Results from class number 10 in our Angus show. First place goes to Callie West of Chisholm FFA. Second place is Braden Hillary of Ryder FFA. And third is Katie Harris of Martin County 4-H. Fourth place is Dylan Harris of Columbia Brazoria FFA. In fifth place is Heather Marks of Brenham FFA. And sixth place, Robert Binker of Brenham FFA. Once those class winners are processed, we'll bring back our class winners from the previous 4 classes, and Dr. Scheich will select our junior division champion. Also helping us with the Angus show this morning is Miss Katie Lee Free. She is Miss Texas Angus. She's helping us with the awards that we have for our exhibitors this morning. So we appreciate her being here, helping us out this morning. Angus exhibitors, we need all entries in classes 13, 14, and 15 to staging. Angus exhibitors, we need all entries in classes 13, 14, and 15 to staging. Charlet exhibitors in class 1, be getting them ready. We'll be calling for you shortly.
But we get them back out here for division. I think good set of females. There's some give and take here. Just a couple quick comments, and then I'll show you who I like. Young heifer here in this division is an attractive, fancy one. I like that about her. I'd change her rear leg just a bit. The way she sets down, maybe you could start dropping that flank just a bit. Obviously, we cover a wide range of age and maturity here and what they really should look like. It's okay for her to be a bit more immature just because she should be because of her age. Next heifer is big-bodied and easy flesh and kind, maybe a little plainer in her makeup, but going to make a good kind of a cow. Next female here is one that really deep-sided, functional kind that gets out, moves nice. You know, she's a little flatter, and when she stops, she's just a little awkward, and that hind leg maybe pulls those hocks together. But I think when you get her out on the move, it's a functional hip and hind leg, and for the kind of depth of body that she has, she still, I think, balances up reasonably well. And then our final heifer here, as I say in class, really unique to be that kind of a look from the side, yet still have some spread and dimension when you get up on top. Big-footed, big-bone kind of a heifer, maintains herself, really attractive on the move. Everything still fits together really nice, whether she's stopped or whether she's going. Nice set of heifers here. I'll go out and show you who I like for Champion Reserve.
Ladies and gentlemen, your champion junior heifer comes out of class number 10, exhibited by Callie West of Chisholm FFA. And your reserve champion, junior heifer, comes out of class number 9, exhibited by Braden Hillary of Ryder FFA. Congratulations to our junior division champions. Now ready to move into class number 13 of our Angus show. 2 entries, and these are heifers that were born March and April of 2014. Angus exhibitors, we need all entries in classes 14 and 15 to staging immediately. All entries in classes 14 and 15, Angus, we need you in staging immediately.
Yeah, man's got him a nice heifer to lead off this class. Really big-bodied and cowy. Love that about her. A heifer that's nicely presented here. You get her out on the move, and I sure call her adequate for her age and where she's at. But boy, stopped here, you sure have to appreciate just the depth of rib and the natural dimension that she has. A heifer that's in second here is one that sure gives up some body, and unfortunately for this exhibitor, not where we'd like to have her be in terms of being bred and far along like she should be. A heifer that will get past that then, and you'd like to change her hind leg as well.
Results from class 13 in our Angus show. First place goes to Braden DeBoard of Ellis County 4-H. And second place goes to Tad Kissling of Bonham FFA. Now ready for class number 14 in our English show. These are heifers that were born January and February of 2014. Charlet exhibitors, this will be your first call, Class 1 Charlet heifers. First call, Class 1 Charlet. Charlet exhibitors, first call classes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Charlet exhibitors, first call classes 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Happy now, Phil?
Young lady in red's going to win this class, and really a nice heifer, moderate, big-bodied, really bold. This one's really dimensional when you get in behind her, and you got to appreciate that for at this stage that she still handles it pretty good. You know, I'm not saying she's perfect in terms of the way she gets out and goes here. We've seen some that a little sounder and got a little more look, but boy, I think you know, for a moderate, stout, powerful one, You got to appreciate that one. I thought it was close after that. Honestly, 2, 3, and 4, there's just kind of depends when you're looking and what angle you're looking on what you want to do here. Heifer in second, I like her body shape and her mass and her dimension. She's pretty good in her top line. I don't care for her front third. She's just a little crestier necked, and it's not as feminine as I'd probably prefer. But boy, from there back, I thought she kind of handled these other two in that regard. I thought this 1 and third, I was going to go ahead and put second just because of her added femininity, but you know, she's one that just never really gives you that look. And part of that, she just maybe not cooperating the best. They really just get set ideally, but she wants to kind of open her shoulder, wants to pinch in through that forerib, set her in motion, gets a little tight in her spine, and just doesn't stay together as well as you'd like to see. Heifer then that rounds out the class has got good body. She's adequate in her thickness, no problem there. It's a balance issue for me on this one, just the way she's put together there in terms of her shoulder and down her top line. She just doesn't give you that look of balance and eye peel from the side that's necessary to get up any higher here today.
Results from class number 14 in our Angus show. First place goes to Sydney Harris of Martin County 4-H. Second place is Dustin Bunker of Brenham FFA. Third place, Shelby Fitzgerald of Columbia Brazoria FFA. And fourth place is Caitlin Kent of Snook FFA. Now moving into class 15 of our Angus show. Got a single entry born December of 2013. Following this class, our judge will select our senior division champion female, and we'll follow that up with the champion Angus female. So we need all of our calf division champions and junior division champions back to staging, please.
Just a single entry here. Nice young cow with calf at side here, and you got to appreciate that, just being where they need to be in terms of production or close to it. A female here that, maybe got a little extra set in her hock, but got a nice heifer calf at side, and part of this deal is knowing where the cow maybe needs fixed and making that next generation better. And I think maybe the mating was a good decision here, because I think this calf's got potential to excel mama, and so that's always good when you can get that done. Congratulations here on a single entry.
And taking the blue ribbon in class number 15 is Heather Marks of Brenham FFA. Attention Angus exhibitors, we need our calf division champions and junior division champions back to staging. Charlotte exhibitors, all entries in classes 1, 2, 3, and 4, we need you in staging. Charlotte exhibitors, classes 1, 2, 3, and 4, please bring your animals to staging. All right, looks like we're ready to go. We'll lead them in, and our judge will select our senior division champion in the Angus show. Then we'll follow that up with selection of the grand champion heifer.
Get out here for a final division. Three nice females out here. It probably comes down to these first two for me, and they're both big body cattle that are pretty stout. You know, there's some subtle differences in them when you get them out on the move, but I call them both adequate in terms of soundness. You know, the heifer out of this first class, a little better down there through her chest and maybe just a notch more length of body. I think there's a little more just natural width and power when you get in behind the heifer out of the second class of this division. Again, good pair of cattle, not to take away from our oldest female here, calf at side. Like I said, got a good calf there, and I think has the potential to outshine Mama. Well, I'll go out and show you who I like here, champion reserve in this final division.
Ladies and gentlemen, your champion senior heifer comes out of class number 13, exhibited by Braden DeBoard of Ellis County 4-H. And your reserve champion senior heifer comes out of class number 14, exhibited by Sidney Harris of Martin County 4-H. Congratulations to our senior division winners. We'll now bring back all of our division champions, and our judge will select our champion Angus female. Attention Charlotte exhibitors, we need all entries in classes 1, 2, 3, and 4 to staging.
Well, if you would please, let's put our hands together, congratulate these Angus exhibitors. Nice set of cattle out here, and I'm really pleased with division champs and reserves. And I'm not going to go back through and talk about each one. We did that in class and again in division. I think there's a lot of good females out here. And you know what? They don't all have to be the same size or shape to work. Good cattle can come in a different variety of sizes. And you got to know what your goals are, know what your environment is, know what you're trying to raise to really determine what's the best kind, so to speak, for you. And I think all these cattle out here have some good in them. I'm going to go out and show you. I think there's a couple pretty special ones, be champion and reserve.
Ladies and gentlemen, your grand champion Angus Heifer comes out of the junior division, exhibited by Callie West of Chisholm FFA. And your reserve champion, Angus Heifer, comes out of the calf division, exhibited by Shelby Phillips of Martin County 4-H. Congratulations to our champion, Angus exhibitors. We'll get these Angus cattle moved out of the show ring, and we'll be ready to start our Charlet show. First class is Charlet heifers, calves that were born on or after April 1st of 2015.
We'll get started off on the Charlet show. We're going to leave these two as they came in. Young lady Heifer I'm going to lead out with. She's the more moderate one. I like her structure. You just study her angle to her shoulder and the way she's laid in there about her knee. You know, and she's the cleaner, flatter jointed heifer as well. And I just project out here just a more conservatively sized one that's got a little more functionality. All that should lead to more longevity in the long run. Heifer that comes out a second here certainly can't deny that this one's got growth and bone and stoutness. I'd like to just see her be a little more moderate, maybe just, again, a little flatter jointed. Obviously, a young lady would like to see her maybe cooperate just a little better here today, but certainly have to appreciate this, the growth and the stoutness that she has.
Results from the first class of our Charlet show. First place goes to Macy Burns of Williamson County 4-H. And second place goes to Cheyenne Bobovic of Kaufman County 4-H. Now ready for class number 2 in our Charlet show. These are heifers that were born in March of 2015. Charlet exhibitors, we need all entries in classes 7, 8, 9, and 10 to the staging. Charlet heifers, classes 7, 8, 9, and 10, we need you to staging.
We'll start off with the young man in the hat here. Nice heifer. When you compare these two, I guess I see her just a little better in her body shape, even though she too could be a notch deeper bodied. I like her forerib. She's one that's got just a little bit more foot and bone as well. And then you top that off when they're stopped here. I read her just a little better in her lines and can give you a nice enough look. Again, to really set her apart and make her a slam dunk class winner, like to see her notch deeper. Heifer that comes in second, just pretty green and immature. Length of body's good. I think she's reasonably good on her feet and legs. Just like to see this one start to body down, start to mature just a bit here, just to make sure she's not going to get too big framed in the end. Because right now, the indicators are this one's got a little go left in her, and one just like to see her notch more conservative in her size, a little more body to go with it.
Results from class number 2 in our Charlotte show. First place goes to Mason Lifesty of Milam County 4-H. And second place is Tatum Kearse of Sandrick Day O'Connor FFA. We got a single entry in class number 3. This is a female born in February of 2015. Charlotte exhibitors, we need all entries in classes 7, 8, 9, and 10 to staging. Charlotte exhibitors, classes 7, 8, 9, and 10 to staging, please.
Single entry here, February heifer. It's too bad not a little more competition here to compare against. A long-bodied heifer has some natural thickness to her. Maybe gets just a little piecey behind her shoulder, notch rounder out of her hip if I'm going to pick on her a bit. But again, nice kind of a female. Young lady's doing a good job getting her presented.
And your class winner out of class number 3 goes to Catherine Morse of Pearland FFA. Now ready for class number 4 in Charlotte heifers. These are females that were born January of 2015. Class 4 Charlotte, they're moving into the ring.
As this trio is pulling around into the place here, you can see I think we got just an obvious change here as we get into these older cattle. They're starting to drop in their body and look a little more mature, and they need to do that. And I think, yeah, with that said, there's still some differences. This young lady in pink's got a heifer here that's really powerful, high-performing, big-bodied kind, and yet there's still some balance there. Now, there's going to be a lot of cow in the end, and again, depending on where you're at and what your goals are, that may be exactly what you want, and there's going to be some places and some production goals that would suggest that maybe a little more moderate kind of a package in the end might be more profitable. So again, I think this kind can sure work in a lot of places, and she's the kind that ought to generate a bull that sure adds some pounds in this commercial industry. So nice kind of a female. The female comes in second here, just doesn't have quite as much body as the one there that we start off with, and she's maybe just a little tighter through her forerib. I see her just a notch more rigid through her hock there as you get her out on the move, but again, still tremendously long-bodied and stout-featured kind of a female. Just like to loosen her there at the ground just a bit. Female then that comes in third, she's probably the most conservative in her size, maybe a notch more feminine, but she's got the most structural problems. I read her the straightest through her shoulder. She's the shortest stepping off of her rear leg. She too wants to get a little tight in her ankle. Again, though, a feminine kind of a heifer that's smooth enough made, just like to see her. If she's going to give up that power, I'd like to see her be the soundest one in the class, and unfortunately she's not here today.
Thank you for those comments, Dr. Scheich. Results from class number 4 in our Charlet show. First place goes to Bella Parker of Godly FFA. Second place is also Bella Parker of Godly FFA. And third place is Amanda Smee of Harris County 4-H. Once they get those heifers checked out in the back, we'll bring back our class winners, and our judge will select the calf division champions.
Well, we got a few different shapes and sizes here for sure. I'm just a couple quick comments and then select you a calf champion and reserve. Heifer out of that first class, I think relative to her age, may be as moderate as any. I know she's the youngest, and so she is the smallest, but I think relative to her age, she's still potentially the most moderate. I like her body. I guess if I'm going to pick on her, it's that hind leg just a little bit. She tends to want to set on the outside of her hoof wall, and she wants to wiggle up, pop up on those pasterns at times. I don't see it being terrible bad. As these calves go through their life, just about everyone has a day or two of their life where they don't set down quite right on their pasture, and particularly if you're in that young stage where you're maybe feeding them a little more aggressively. But I'm probably more concerned that I see her just rolling out on the outside of that hoof wall. Heifer that comes next, young man can get her stuck and gets her looking pretty good. And I like that she's probably as angular and as feminine as anything in here. Problem is that one needs to have more body. For her frame size, just need to drop a little more depth of rib in there, and that'd help balance her out. Love her top line when he gets her stopped. I don't think her top line's quite as good when she's out on the move and he doesn't have his stick on her. But again, that one's sure got some pieces I like in here. Next heifer gets just a little piecier for me and a little tight in her forerib, a little rounder. And then the final heifer is one that you have to appreciate. Undeniably the biggest bodied, stoutest, boldest one. And again, where do you want to be? Maybe we could just tone her down, moderate her just a bit, but you have to appreciate the rib and the body that she has. So again, I think there's some different kinds. I'll go out and show you what I like here.
And your champion heifer calf comes out of class number 4, exhibited by Bella Parker of Godly FFA. And a reserve champion heifer calf comes out of class number 1. This is a heifer exhibited by Macy Burns of Williamson County 4-H. Congratulations to our calf division champions. Now ready to move into the junior division with class number 7. These are females born November and December of 2014. Charlotte exhibitors winning all entries in classes 8, 9, 10, and 13 to staging. All entries in classes 8, 9, and 10, 13 to staging. Attention in the barn, we've had a cell phone turned in, so if you've lost yours, maybe we have it up here at the announcer stand. Turn it on. Attention in the barn, just a reminder to our breed champions. We need you to have your picture made at the backdrop. Taking pictures for us today at Rodeo Austin is Show Photo by Katina. They've got pictures at the backdrop. They're also taking some candid shots in the show ring as well. So you can go online to showphotobykatina.com and you can check out those pictures and you can order those pictures online as well. Also a reminder to our breed champions, they will undergo a drug test, and we do need a parent or guardian with you when they go over to be tested.
Got a pair of females at the top of this class that are both pretty correct on their feet and legs, just a notch more depth of rib and mass and performance than the young man's heifer that I lead off with, and yet not too much. I think she's kind of right where she needs to be in terms of size, just a nice complete heifer, doesn't overwhelm you in any one area, but good solid heifer, it's good on her feet and legs. Congratulations. The young lady's heifer here. Whoop. She's sound and athletic. This heifer here is one that's a moderate, good build, kind of a female, nice down her top line. I got a nice shape to her again. Maybe just doesn't have quite the body or the overall mass of that heifer ahead of her, but I like her kind, I like her look, and certainly has a structural correctness advantage over the heifer in third. Fortunately, this heifer in third, I think you can see the way she doesn't want to put weight on that rear left foot there, and when she walks, she really just doesn't want to use it. Young lady said she'd been injured there, and obviously she's still trying to get back to normal on that. And I think you get past that, maybe a heifer that still doesn't have quite the balance that we see in those front two, but you combine that little plainer look with obviously not getting around as good here today, and she's just going to find her spot here in third.
Results from class number 7 in our Charlotte show. First place goes to Mason Lackey of Godly FFA, and second is Grace Evans of Liberty FFA. And third place is Renee Bowie of Pflugerville FFA. Now ready for class number 8 in our Charlet show. These are heifers that were born September and October of 2014. Attention Charlet exhibitors. If you have not shown yet, please bring your heifer to staging. Need all entries in the Charlet show to staging.
This is close placing between these two, and you got to make a call, I guess, on what you're willing to give up. I went with a little smoother, more attractive one here. And, you know, with that, she's not as stout as you would expect. You know, structurally, I'm back and forth on these two heifers because they're different where they need to be fixed. The heifer I'm going to lead off with, I wish she'd toe a little truer up front. I wish she was a little truer from hock to ground when you stand behind her. I think both ends, those feet get to pointing out just a little more than what I'd really like to see. I think her length of stride's good. Certainly she has femininity, smoothness, adequate body, adequate muscle. The more powerful, more dimensional one is in second, and I appreciate that about her. But with that, she's coarser and more open in her shoulder, and I think that detracts from her a little bit. And although she toes a little truer both ends, I don't know if she uses her hind leg any better. They both need to use their hind leg a notch differently. So again, two good heifers, just probably somewhere right in between is what you would call ideal.
Results from class number 8 in our Charlotte show. First place goes to Ben Diggs of Archer County 4-H. And second is Lexi Hughes of McLennan County 4-H. Now moving in the ring is class number 9. It's a single entry. Heifer born August of 2014. The Charlotte exhibitors. We did all entries, classes 13, 14, 15. All remaining Charlotte heifers need to make their way to staging. Hereford exhibitors, we will be calling for you shortly.
You'll be first, all right? Single entry heifer here to win this class. Female that's got some length of body. Young lady's doing a nice job with her here. This heifer you'd like to just see body down a bit, but a heifer that still you got to appreciate for the natural thickness she has, length of body. Well, it'll be fun to get some of these class winners out here. She probably doesn't have quite as much look as a couple have had, but let's congratulate this young lady on her single entry as she goes out.
Taking home the blue ribbon out of class number 9 is Kaylin Albright of Falls County 4-H. Moving in now is class number 10. Again, a single entry. This heifer was born June of 2014.
Nice single entry here. Single entry heifer here that balances up nice, good-bodied female. Like that about her. She's the one that put together pretty good from the side as well. Like her out through her hip. Got a nice hind leg that's pretty correct and good at the ground. Nice female here.
And class winner out of class number 10 is Tatum Kearse of Sandra Day O'Connor FFA. Again, they'll get her process there in the back, and then we'll bring back our class winners from classes 7, 8, 9, and 10. Our judge will select our junior division champion. Heads up, we got a loose heifer.
Just a few quick comments here on this division lineup. Heifer that wins the first class out of this division, one that I commented, just kind of no holes. She doesn't overwhelm me in any one area, but a good-bodied female that's correct on her feet and legs. She's not as stout and powerful as a few that have been through here, but I think she's functional and balances, and particularly like her on the move. Heifer out of the second class is attractive and got a good look to her. As I said there before, I like to get those feet going a little truer, both ends, and I sure think that'd help that one because you can like her when you get up and study her top line, the way her neck ties into there. Young lady's heifer out of the third class, probably just not quite the attractiveness or the balance that we see in the others out here. Then the heifer out of the final class, one that's good-bodied, she's stout, big-footed, big-bone kind of a female. She doesn't have the look that we see in these maybe a couple up front there from that shoulder forward, but I sure like her from her shoulder back. So again, it just kind of depends where you want to be. We got some different kinds out here, and I think they're all good cattle, but probably not one that just puts it all together and has to win this division. With that, I'll go out and show you who I'm going to use here today.
Ladies and gentlemen, your champion junior heifer comes out of class number 7, exhibited by Mason Lackey of Godly FFA.
And a reserve champion, junior heifer, also comes out of Class 7, exhibited by Grace Evans of Liberty FFA. Congratulations to our junior division champions. Now ready to move into the senior division with class number 13. These are females that were born March and April of 2014. Attention Charlotte exhibitors, we need all of our division winners back to the staging area. Our CAF division and junior division champions, we need you back to staging. Also, this is going to be first call for Hereford's. First call for Hereford Class 1.
Well, this Charlet show, not to take away from where we've been just a little weak, to be honest, but we made up for it here in this class because there's several nice heifers here. And this top pair, they're good, and it's close. Obviously, I spent as much time on this pair as any pair so far yet here today. And you know, you just got to pick where you're going to land here in terms of they each have a little thing or two that keeps you from saying that they just got to win. Young man's heifer that I am going to lead off with, you know, where she's good or where I think she excels is here's one that's really got an attractive feminine look up front there. I like the way she is through her lower part of her shoulder and up at the top of her shoulder in terms of how she's laid in there. Now, right in behind her shoulder, she could get better, and we'll get back to that here in a minute. She's really good at the ground, too. I like her hoof shape. I like the way that she's got flex in her pastern. She's probably a little straighter in her hock, but she makes up for it there at the ground in terms of being good in her pastern and particularly better in her hoof shape, and that just lets her set down a little truer, more securely. She's get a calf here in a couple weeks. You know, I think udder's pretty good. I like her teat placement. You can make them a notch more refined in a perfect world. You know, so where does she need to be better to just be a slam dunk? Right there in her top line. And, you know, she doesn't have that fresh coat of hair like this second place one does. And you know, if she did, would you be able to blend that together a little bit? I suppose you would. But out here today, that's where I pick on her. When she first came in, I was like, that heifer's just not quite right in behind her shoulder, maybe dips in her loin just a bit. And she still, I would say that's where I would pick on her. But again, I think you get to studying the basics of that one. She puts a lot of really neat things together. Still really stout then to have that kind of look and be able to keep those feet on the corners like they're supposed to be. Powerful, powerful one here in second. Big hip, big bodied, and she excels in that regard. And you love just the stoutness of feature that she has. With that, a little more shoulder, a little piecier there. And, you know, when you get right in behind her, I wouldn't put, you know, which one of these blends better shoulder to four-rib shoulder top line. I don't think you can say that because that one's a little smoother shouldered, but this one has more body behind there. They both need to blend just a little better there. I think her top line's probably a notch better than that one and the way she maintains it. A heifer that when you get her out and get her on the go, still pretty good. Is just watch her at the ground, though, and she just wants to rock up on those pasterns. Sometimes it's not bad. Sometimes it kind of was like, why are you doing that? Kind of makes me cringe there. And study that hoof shape, and it's just not quite as good. I think if she had a little different hoof shape, she probably wouldn't do that. A little gathered in her teats. I'd like to change that teat placement. And I know I picked on those two heifers quite a bit. They're easily the best two that have been through this ring in the Charlet show, and they're both really good. But you got a close pair, you got to pick them apart. This is a good heifer to land third in this class, and I like this one quite a bit too. And I know I talk like it was just a two-horse race, but this one's in contention as well. You know, she's a little more conservative, if you will, in just her power, and that may be a good thing, and I like that about her. You know, she get a little shorter stepping off of that hind leg and maybe just didn't have them extras or that wow factor that I saw in those first two. That's a good, complete kind of a female that falls in this third spot, and I thought she, you know, sort of handled the one here in fourth just because she is so nice in her top line, so deep-bodied. And that's still a good female in the fourth slot as well. You know, again, gets a little overwhelmed here in this class, and a female that I'd like to see her get out and go just a little better. She wants to get it more upright in her shoulder. Doesn't blend as good there, shoulder to four-rib. Still has a balance and eye appeal advantage over the heifer that rounds out the class. Young lady's heifer, certainly got to appreciate her for her mass and her substance. Wants to get a little round out of her hip, just a little piecier in her makeup for sure. Good class, really impressive at the top end.
Thank you for those comments, Dr. Shack. Results from class number 13 in our Charlet show. First place goes to Mason Lifesty of Milan County 4-H. Second place is Callie Ellis of Industrial FFA. And third is Sarah Beth Britton of Mount Enterprise FFA. Fourth place is Rayleigh Downing of Bell County 4-H. And fifth place was Lexi Hughes of McLennan County 4-H. Now ready for class number 14. This is a single entry, female born January of 2014. Attention Hereford exhibitors, we need classes 1 and 2 to staging. Classes 1 and 2 Hereford to staging.
Just a single entry here, nice pair. January female with a 3-week-old calf at side here. And again, it's too bad not a little more competition here because I think this is a good cow. She's a good body. She's got some dimension, nice enough udder on her. Got a nice little calf here at side, doing a good job getting this one started. Congratulations on this single entry.
And your class winner out of class number 14 goes to Chastity Evans, Liberty FFA. We have no entries in class 15 of the Charlet show. So once they get her papers checked there in the back, we'll bring back our class winners from the previous 2 classes, and the judge will select the senior division champion, and then we'll follow that up with the grand champion Charlet Heifer selection.
Just the 2 classes here in this final division. One was a single entry, and obviously the other class I spent quite a bit of time talking about those because that was such a good class there. Let's give this final division a round of applause, and I'll go out and select champion and reserve.
Ladies and gentlemen, your champion senior female comes out of class number 13, exhibited by Mason Lifesty of Milam County 4-H. And your reserve champion senior female, also out of class 13, exhibited by Callie Ellis of Industrial FFA. Congratulations to our senior division winners. Now ready for all of our division winners to come back and compete for champions Charlet Heifer.
Well, we get all the division champions out here in the Charlotte lineup, and obviously cattle, they got some body and some performance, some power to them. And I think there's a couple out here that separate themselves in terms of just combining that with a little more of an elite look. And I already talked quite a bit, no perfect one, and you could sure find a spot or two in each of my to-be champion reserve where you'd like to pick on them a little bit. But with that said, I think they're still really unique in the pieces that both these heifers put together. Let's give one more round of applause, and I'll select champion reserve Charlotte.
Ladies and gentlemen, your grand champion, Charlotte Heifer, comes out of the senior division, exhibited by Mason Life Festi of Milam County 4-H. And your reserve champion, Charlotte Heifer, also out of the senior division, exhibited by Callie Ellis of Industrial FFA. Congratulations to our champion, Charlotte Heifer exhibitors. Reminder again for our breed champions, we need you to have your picture taken at the backdrop. We got show photo by Katina taking pictures for us today, both at the backdrop and in the show ring. So there's some candid shots as well. You can go online and order those at showphotobykatina.com. Also, our breed champions will undergo a drug test, and we need a parent or guardian present with the exhibitor while that takes place. Now coming into the arena, we have our Class 1 of our Hereford show. These are heifers that were born on or after April 1st, 2015. Attention Hereford exhibitors, we need all entries in classes 2, 3, 4, and 7 to staging. Hereford exhibitors, we need all entries in classes 2, 3, 4, and 7 to staging.
get started here in the Hereford show. And I think there's some give and take up here at the top end, but good cattle certainly that come to the top here. Young man's going to win this class, and I think this is the heifer. Head right down there, bud. This is the heifer that, for me, when they're stopped and when they're moving, is the one that I like. She's good body. She's got plenty of natural thickness. I think when you study her there in terms of her natural chest width and watch her go away, she sure has an advantage over the heifer in second. Yeah, but from the side, I think she's a balanced one that's put together nice. The heifer in second is an interesting one to me. Young lady's really good with her stick, and I was trying to figure out if I was just falling victim to good showmanship, because there was times that this heifer I liked, but then when we get her out on the move and I watch her go away, I get more critical of her. She's just awkward on that hind leg, wants to get pretty close at the ground. Now, I'm not saying we want them just to be extra wide-based and we can get them too far out there, but she's just uncoordinated. And then you get around to the side, and although I love her length of body and her depth of rib, I still think she gets a little piecey in the way she ties shoulder to forerib. I thought it was close 2 and 3 because there was times, and probably more so on the move, that this heifer in third I thought maybe had a little more to her, just a natural rib shape and dimension there when I got in behind her. The problem with this one was when we got him stopped, I never really got that great look, and I think the heifer's got it in her. Just need to keep working here and to get to where this one will come out in the ring and just get you that look that you want to give the judge here, because I think she's got it in her. Just got to get her stuck there. But that heifer, I think, has got plenty good in her. We go to the youngest one in class then, and then obviously she gives up just size, but relative to her age, I think she fits in. I thought functionality was good on this one. She's better out of her hip than the heifer that comes next. Me like to clean her up through that front third just a bit to make her a notch more attractive. Young man's heifer that's going to be in the 5 spot is one that I like pretty well standing there, because she's good body and dimensional. When she goes, she drops her pins and just off on her hip and kind of gets that hind leg up underneath her and throws her off in terms of balance. Now, when he gets her stopped, he can stick it out of her, but when she's going, you can't. She's certainly got more depth of rib, functionality than these next couple. Next few heifers here are all ones that I'd like to change in terms of their structure. Young lady's heifer's a little upright in her shoulder and combines that with not quite being deep enough body, but I like her extra length. I think she's still more feminine than the young man right in behind there. We round out with a couple heifers that, again, need to be sounder, probably need to have just a little more body and balance to them as well.
Thank you, Dr. Scheich. Results from class number 1 of our Hereford show. First place goes to Cody Calhoun of Princeton FFA. In second place is Riggin Stewart of Sterling County 4-H. Third place, Grayson Gilbreth of Hayes County 4-H. In fourth is Gracie Price of Shackleford County 4-H. Fifth place, Mason Rader of Marion FFA. Sixth place, Randy Williams of Erath County 4-H. Seventh place, Dylan Hargrove of Hill County 4-H. Eighth place is Kyle Haslett of Bonham FFA. And ninth place went to Caitlin McIntosh of Liberty FFA. Now in the ring, we have class number 2 in our Hereford show. These are heifers that were born March of 2015. We need all entries in class 3 and 4 Herefords. We need you in staging. Class 3 and 4 Herefords, we need you in staging. Class 7 and 8, you can start making your way to staging as well.
young man in the lead here with the heifer branded on her right ribs. Going to go ahead and win this class. Good female. I think she handles it pretty comfortably. Good bodied, stout, dimensional female. Yet balanced, and she gets out and goes pretty good here in this class as well. I was closer here between 2 and 3. A young man here at the back, you're going to be second. Go ahead and pull your heifer up here. I thought when you just get in behind these cattle, the natural rib shape and dimension, I give a slight advantage to this heifer. Also think she's just a notch more correct up there through the angle to her shoulder. Obviously, she gives up the power and dimension to the heifer that wins this class. We get to the heifer here in third, and I think she's a lot like the one in second, just not quite as much to her. Like to see her just a little bolder, gets a little fragile and frail as you take her down to the ground there. Wants to get a little tight up at her spine as well.
Results from class number 2 in our Hereford show. First place goes to Kaiser Ottmers of Gillespie County 4-H. In second place is Bryce McCutcheon of Caney Creek FFA. And third place goes to Colton Rohrbaugh of Callisburg FFA. Now leading in class number 3 in our Hereford show. These are heifers that were born in February of 2015.
little tougher class here that I think there's just give and take because there's different kinds here. Yeah, I'm pretty comfortable with the young man's heifer that I'm going to lead off with because of the two kind of big-bodied ones, she's sure the more attractive one that gives you a better look up front, and I think she's good out on the move. Just kind of becomes the fault-free one. Big-bodied, high-performing heifer lands in second. With that, she's a little plainer in her look, no doubt, and what made it close was this heifer in third that the young man has. When he gets her stuck, she can kind of catch your eye. She's got some nice lines, and she's attractive up front. But bottom line, she just needs more to her. She needs a little more body. That may come. If it does, I could see her pushing that first-place heifer there. And, you know, what makes it just a little more challenging to go ahead and say, yeah, I think she'll get body. Because honestly, I'm not one of those guys that has to have just the deepest bodied one here in these calves because that usually does come. But I read her just a little straight and a little tentative in her step as well. And so when you put those two things together, I kind of backed off and decided a third was a better place for her. She still has that decided advantage in eye appeal and balance over the heifer in fourth, even though that heifer may have a notch more depth of rib, give you a little easier flesh and look potentially. Now it's the plainer one in her makeup. She gets a little weak in behind her shoulder, wants to round out of her hip.
Results from class number 3 in our Hereford show. First place goes to Corey Barrett of Sealy FFA. In second is Michaela Lucky of Johnson County 4-H. Third place is Waylon Hinsey of Washington County 4-H. And fourth place is Randy Williams of Erath County 4-H. Now ready for class number 4 in our Hereford show. These are females that were born January of 2015. Hereford exhibitors, we need all entries in classes 7, 8, 9 to the staging area. Classes 7, 8, and 9 to staging.
Somewhat close placing here in the top pair of these Hereford heifers. Gentleman's heifer I'm going to lead off with is the one that when they're off to the profile here just gives me more look, longer, more attractive, feminine up through that front third. And I think she's still got adequate body and dimension. Nice kind of a heifer. Young man does a great job getting her presented. What makes it close is this heifer here in second probably does have just a notch more body. And I think she's pretty nice out of that hip and hind leg on the move. She does just get a little deeper chested, a little plainer up through that front third, and it throws her off in terms of her balance. But I like her body, her functionality, and her performance advantage over the heifer here in third. Heifer in third's one that's, when you get her stopped and he gets her set up, you can get to liking some things. She's probably notch more attractive up front. That hip and hind leg needs to be fixed. She's a little low pinned, a little coarse about her tail head. And then you combine that with the fact that she just gets outpowered, outperformed here in this class, she's going to end up third.
The results of class number 4 in our Hereford show. First place goes to Braden DeBoard of Ellis County 4-H. Second place is Cody Harris of Navasota FFA. And third place is Trevor Buckaloo of Bonham FFA. Up next, our judge will select the CAF Division champions from our class winners in the previous 4 classes.
Out here for their first division, I got some nice cattle. Young man's heifer in this first class is one that I think is probably as feminine as anything out here. Really long and attractive up through that front third. Super long-bodied as well. Heifer that gets out and moves nice. Maybe she gets just a little flatter in that forerib, wants to dip behind her shoulder just a bit. Don't read her quite as powerful as a couple of the other heifers here, but that's sure an attractive one that I think's got some future ahead of her. I like the boldness and the stoutness and dimension of this heifer that's in the second class of this division. She maybe gets just a little coarser up front, not bad, and she sets down on that rear pasture and just a little awkward at times, but that's a good female as well. I like this one out of the third class, especially well from her shoulder back. Good bodied, really good hip and hind leg, big footed, and like that about her. She's got a little throat, and got a little chest there as we compare to like the heifer out of that first class, but I think she handles it well. You get her out in the move, and everything stays together pretty good on this one. Heifer then out of the fourth class, long-bodied. Again, she was one I said can give you some good looks, then can get just a little piece here because she's not quite right in there behind her shoulder. Probably not as good out of her hip and hind leg as she needs to be. Nice set here. I'll go out and show you who I like.
Ladies and gentlemen, your champion heifer calf from our Hereford show comes out of class number 3, exhibited by Corey Barrett of Sealy FFA. And your reserve champion heifer calf in our Hereford show comes out of class number 2, exhibited by Kaiser Ottmers of Gillespie County 4-H. Congratulations to our calf division champions. Up next in our Hereford shows, class number 7. These are heifers that were born November and December of 2014. Hereford exhibitors, we need all entries in classes 8 and 9 to staging. All heifers in classes 8 and 9, we need you in staging.
realize I'm giving up some power and some performance when I start with this heifer, and I'm okay with that because I just like her kind. I like her correctness. To me, she's one that's good on her feet and legs. She blends together nice. A female that's just as good stopped as she is standing. I think just make a good kind of a cow. There's sure some extras in this one in second. She is stout. That's a big top and a big hip. Really powerful when you get in behind her. Hard to deny the amount of dimension that she has. But with that, she's just a little coarser in her makeup. Bigger shouldered, a little coarser in her joints, coarser about her head. And so, again, I think it's, if you want that extra power, she's got it. But with that, you got to know what you're getting there. Heifer that comes in third is a little more feminine, if you will, a little smoother. But I don't think she's quite sound enough to go ahead and make that switch into second. Read her a little more upright in her shoulder, a little tentative in her step off that rear leg, and then obviously she gets outpowered in terms of natural dimension.
Results from class number 7 in our Hereford show. First place goes to Kaiser Ottmers of Gillespie County 4-H. Second place is Kennedy Kuykendall of Meridian FFA. And third place is Cody Tucker of Wills Point FFA. Now moving in the ring is Class 8 in our Hereford show. These are heifers that were born September and October of 2014.
I like this heifer that wins this class. She's one that's got plenty of body and dimension to her. If she does it in an attractive package, they can get out and go. And I think you study these first two cattle. They're both big-bodied. Maybe there's a notch more power in the one in second, but certainly the heifer that leads off is one that does it so elegantly. Good head and neck on her, ties high out top of her shoulder, just maintains that balance whether she stopped or going. Hard to deny the extra body and mass in the one in second, and I love that about her. Just gets a little coarser, a little more open through that shoulder. Don't see her just quite as attractive as that one up ahead of her. These next two real dark red heifers, I love that color on them, but both these cattle need to be sounder. I think the young man's heifer's a little better in that regard, but both these cattle are pretty awkward in how they go off their hind leg. They both want to get just a little tight and up through that shoulder. I think the young man's heifer's got a little more body, might be a notch better in their spine. Both these cattle improve dramatically when they get stopped and the young people get their stick on them. You set them back out on the move, and that's where you get critical. Gentleman's heifer that comes next, deep-sided one that's just a little too heavy condition for me here today. I'd like to see her leaned up, but she doesn't need that much. I think it detracts from her, makes her bone and everything just not matched because she's got so much body, much of which is due to the extra condition she's carrying. It just gets her out of proportion. I think from a structural standpoint, she's actually has some advantages over the first two cattle ahead of her. And I thought about putting her ahead of both those two, but I'm just concerned where she's at from a condition standpoint and what that's going to do to future milk production, future productivity. And we round out with a couple heifers here that need to go better. Young lady's heifer here has got a good body type, needs to be sounder. And then these two cattle here that we finish up with are ones that get a little straight and a little tight moving, need a notch more body to them.
Results from class number 8 in our Hereford show. First place goes to Alexandria Harris of Salado FFA. In second place is Leah Waller of Austin County 4-H. Third place, Pecos Worrell of Gillespie County 4-H. In fourth is Devin Bowman of Bel Air FFA. Fifth place, Coleman Morrison of Toller FFA. Sixth place, Greer Gilbert of Hayes County 4-H. In seventh is Jacob Digas of Holiday FFA. Eighth place, Matthew Bryant of Quinlan FFA. Now moving into the ring, we have class number 9. And these are heifers born in August of 2014.
Leave them just like they are here. Young man's going to win this class, and I think it's a close placing. This heifer here balances up so nice when she's stopped. Just study where her chest is relative to her flank and down her top line. Everything fits together really nice, and you get around behind her, and I think she's adequate in terms of her dimension. Love the length of body, this heifer in second. Tremendously long-fronted, long from her shoulder back as well. You get both these cattle out on the move, and I call them both fairly sound. You can nitpick between them some subtle differences, but I think both these cattle certainly functional enough in the way they're put together here, just give and take there at the stand.
And results from class number 9 in our Hereford show. First place goes to Mason Rader of Marion FFA. The second place is Lauren Lee of Hamilton FFA. We have no entries in class number 10, so once they get those heifers checked in the back, we'll bring them back around and our judge will select our junior division champion. Hereford exhibitors, we need all entries in classes 13, 14, and 15 to staging. Hereford exhibitors, we need all entries in classes 13, 14, and 15 to staging. Attention limousine exhibitors. Limousine exhibitors, we are nearing the end of our Hereford show. We'll be calling for our first classes of limousines shortly.
Three nice class winners here for this division, and I think there's some similarities in terms of cattle that are moderate, good-bodied. The differences come down between these when you get them out on the move, probably. I think there's one that kind of separates herself. Sure like her a great deal for champion. To me, it's a little closer than for reserve. Probably a couple different ways could go that for reserve. Let's put our hands together, congratulate these exhibitors, and I'll go out and show you what I'm going to do.
Ladies and gentlemen, your junior division champion comes out of class number 8. exhibited by Alexandria Harris of Salado FFA. And your reserve champion, Junior Heifer, comes out of class number 9, exhibited by Mason Rader of Marion FFA. Congratulations to our junior division champions. Up next is class number 13 in our Hereford show. These are heifers that were born March and April of 2014. Attention Hereford exhibitors, we need all entries in classes 14 and 15 in the staging area. All entries in classes 14 and 15, we need you in the staging area. Attention Hereford exhibitors, we need our calf division and junior division champions back to staging. Hereford exhibitors, we need our calf division and junior division winners back to the staging area.
Really love the body and mass in this female that leads out this class. So broody in her appearance and, good on her feet and legs. Love that about her. She's just could be freshened up a little bit, but big 2-year-old going to calve here in a few weeks. And, she's ready to calve, needs to, and I think that'll help freshen her up just a bit. Others coming along all right. Maybe those teats are a little longer than I guess I'd like to see, but I sure think that cow's built awfully nice. Got a nice young female here, calf at side, just a couple weeks old, born there at Houston, they said. I think cow's doing a nice job. I'd like to balance that udder just a little bit more. Again, you could refine her teats, but a good-looking cow there. She'd get out and go just a little easier. Both this one and the female in third, I think, could probably go a little better, but I like this one's extra look and extension up front there, and still got a stout hip in her, doing a nice job here with the young calf. Female in third, not taking anything away because this is a good female as well. She's moderate, she's good-bodied, maybe not quite as big-bodied as that one that won and not as neat-looking as the one that's in second, so she kind of just ends up in third, but obviously still a very good female. You don't bring out these big 2-year-olds unless they're pretty solid. We get her out on the move. I'd like to see her just more comfortable in her step.
Thank you, Dr. Scheich. Results from class number 13 in our Hereford show. First place goes to Stephanie Golightly of Belleville FFA. The second place is Dylan Hargrove of Hill County 4-H. And third place is Regan Stewart of Sterling County 4-H. Now moving into the ring is class 14. These are females that were born January and February of 2014.
young lady's female is going to win this class. She hadn't calved yet, so she didn't quite hit that second birthday, but that's not going to be my only placing criteria in this class, even though that's my preference that they've calved by their second birthday. I think she's the best one, though. You're just good-bodied female. I like her in terms of her correctness down her top line, the way she is from hooks to pins, the way that tail head's laid in about her. Just a nice kind of a female. Got a good pair here in second. I think the calf's maybe going to be better than Mama, and that's a good thing. That means you got her mated right, and I think that calf's actually got a pretty bright future there. And Cal's a nice cow. Gets a little piecey in her top line, a little off in her hip there, but sure doing a nice job with calf at side. Unfortunately, the one in third's not as far along as I'd like to see here, and I think that just throws her off a little bit. And you combine that with one that just doesn't get around quite good enough, and that's why she can't get any higher than this. Now, I still think just an advantage in terms of power and mass and correctness at top line is what keeps her over the one here in fourth. So in fourth, got a calf at side here and doing a nice job raising that, but she's pretty thin. I guess I worry about her just getting bred back this next time. She got enough natural fleshing ability about her. Study her there through her forerib, and I just read her a little harsher. And you combine that with the fact that she gets a little off in her top line. I guess I just I like to see her be a little stronger there to get her up off the fourth spot here.
Results of class number 14 in our Hereford show. First place goes to Michaela Lucky of Johnson County 4-H. Second place is Sam Wyant of Blue Ridge FFA. Third place, Gavin McCarthy of Porter FFA. And fourth place, Dalton Redmond of Rains County 4-H. Now have class number 15 moving into the arena. This is a single entry. Female born September of 2013.
Single entry pair here. I got a nice big October calf at side, and that calf's doing well, and I like length of body, dimension. Calf's a little off behind the shoulder, just kind of like Mama is there, and like to fix them both in that regard. Like to change the udder and teat size and placement on this cow, balance that udder out, and sure need to refine those front teats. And again, just placement on all of them could be improved. But again, got a nice calf side here, and she's doing a good job.
Blue ribbon in class number 15 goes to Caitlin McIntosh of Liberty FFA. Once they get her processed there in the back, we'll bring our class winners in. Our judge will select the senior division champion, then we'll follow that up with the selection of the champion Hereford heifer of the show. Limousine exhibitors, this is your first call, class 1 and 2. Limousine exhibitors, first call, class 1 and 2.
Get these first and seconds out here. Nice set of females. Just real briefly, Heifer out of that first class in this division. I sure liked. I know she's got a little brisket there, and I commented that just needs to go ahead and get this calf on the ground. I bet you that'll disappear here once she gets through this first lactation. But you get past that, pretty impressive female, big-bodied, stout. Like how she gets out and goes. Heifer out of the second class, I think has some similarities, just not as powerful, not as big-bodied. Maybe gets a little piecey there in her top line, a little gathered in her teats. And then our single entry, as I said, we could redesign that cow in terms of her structure and her udder as well. We got some nice seconds. I'll go out and get you a champion reserve in our final division of these Herefords.
Ladies and gentlemen, your champion senior Hereford comes out of class number 13, exhibited by Stephanie Golightly, Belleville FFA. And your reserve champion senior heifer also comes out of class number 13, exhibited by Dylan Hargrove of Hill County 4-H. Congratulations to our senior division champions. We'll now lead in all of our division winners, and our judge will select our grand champion, Hereford heifer. Attention limousine exhibitors, we need all entries in classes 1 and 2 to staging. Limousine heifers, all entries in classes 1 and 2, we need you at staging.
Very pleased with the 3 division champions when we get them out here. I think all 3 of these females got some body, got some functionality to them. Females that got more than enough in terms of dimension and substance. There's some differences between them in terms of look, freshness, condition, but again, you'd expect a little bit of that just given the differences here in age. Nice set. Let's get our hands together, congratulate these Hereford exhibitors, and select you a champion.
Ladies and gentlemen, your grand champion, Hereford heifer, comes out of the junior division, exhibited by Alexandria Harris of Salado FFA. And a reserve champion, Hereford heifer, comes out of the senior division, exhibited by Stephanie Golightly of Belleville FFA. Congratulations again to our exhibitors of our champion and reserve champion Hereford Heifers. That concludes our Hereford show. We'll quickly be moving into our limousine show. Limousine heifer exhibitors, we need all entries in Class 1 and staging immediately. We're ready for them to go into the ring. Class 2 and Class 3 limmies, please bring them to staging. Limousine exhibitors, we need classes 2, 3, and 4 to staging. Limousine exhibitors, we need classes 2, 3, and 4 to staging.
Nice class here to get started in the limousine show, and got some quality at the top end here. And they're a little different kinds and shapes, and that's okay here. I like this one that wins. Pretty good kind of a female. Just studied the basics of her. She's green. She's not near as advanced in her condition as maybe a heifer two in here, and I think that's a good thing. Obviously, what you see is what you get to from a hair standpoint, but study where her feet are. They'll go true, straight ahead, both ends. Just look at her angles. And then you get up on top of her and her shape to her rib and shape and dimension when you get them behind her. Pretty impressive considering that she's green. And so I like the future in this one a great deal. Now, I'll be honest, initially I kind of gravitated towards the little smoother appearance that you maybe initially see here in the heifer that comes next. She's tremendously long-bodied, nice in her top line, and she is maybe a little smoother, or at least at first impression, I sure thought so. But, part of that's probably just a little softer hair on her that helps in that regard. You get to studying her, I read her a little flatter in her shape, and her forerib, and when you get right in behind her, still a very feminine, attractive, good kind of a female. Again, I thought that one was pretty neat as you project her on out to later on. Heifer in thirds, I guess kind of like the one in second in terms of being a deep-bodied, smooth-made one. She's dropping a little more brisket, just gets a little plainer in her look up front. And with that, she's not as good in her top line, probably not just quite as correct off either end when you set her in motion. Young lady's got a moderate heifer with some shape, some power, some dimension. I like that about her. She's a little antsy out here, and at times just is kind of fighting the halter and pulling back, and I think that throws her off even more there. I read her a little straight through her shoulder, though, and sure gets exemplified when she's not just wanting to cooperate. There's a little more shape in this one than the one up ahead of her. I think she's a little greener in her condition. Those are good things, but maybe just doesn't balance as well. Then the heifer that rounds out the class, long-bodied, one that I'd like to just tone down in her frame a bit, give her a notch more body to go with that, but still smooth and attractive. Good set of females here to get started in the limousine show.
Results from class number 1 of our limousine show. First place goes to Cole Sullivan of Trinity County 4-H. In second is Gavin McCarthy of Porter FFA. Third place is Maggie McCarthy of Walker County 4-H. Fourth place, Amanda Smee of Harris County 4-H. And fifth place goes to Caleb Nichols of Mount Enterprise FFA. Now ready for class number 2 in our limousine show. These are heifers that were born March of 2015. Attention in the barn, could we get a parent or guardian for Alexandria Harris to the vet's office? We need a parent for Alexandria Harris to the vet's office. Attention limousine exhibitors, last call for class 3 and 4. It's the last call for class 3 and 4 limousine. First call, class 7. Class 7, Class 8, Lemmies, you can start making your way to the staging area.
Young man in the vest wins this class pretty quick for me. Good female, really like her out on the move. She's so attractive and so good in her skeleton. Just stays together and balanced out on the move. Got plenty of body, got plenty of dimension to her. I like the heifer in second till you get down to that hind leg, take her to the ground and get to the pastern, and she just wants to want to be up on that, won't settle in. Her body type's really good. She's probably as deep-bodied, soft-centered, easy fleshing as anything in the class. She's a little plain-necked, and I'm okay with that, but my biggest concern is really that rear pastern. I like to see it set down just a little better for her to make any kind of a run at first in this class, but just a good body, good kind of female. Young lady's heifer that comes in third is a little longer, maybe just a little neater neck, but doesn't have near the body depth. And even though she's a skosh better in her pastern, she too's got a little set to her hind leg there, and I'm still a bit critical of that. Young man's a little red heifer here, a moderate one that's good-bodied, but she's a little short, a little quicker up through that front end. And I like to lengthen her out to her hip and probably pull those pins up just a bit when we get her on the move. Then we round out with a heifer here, a black heifer that just gets a little shallower, a little harder in her body. You just question if she's going to be easy enough fleshing as we, project her on out as a mature cow.
Results from class number 2 in our limousine show. First place goes to Kyle Ming of Liberty FFA. In second is Callie Badgett of Walker County 4-H. Third place is Emma McCarthy of Walker County 4-H. Fourth place, Joshua Guevara of Porter FFA. And fifth place, Cooper Menardis of Milam County 4-H. Now moving into the ring is class number 3 of our limousine show. These are heifers that were born February of 2015.
Got a nice place to start. This young man's white flanked heifer here, just really powerful, good-bodied female that's still really nice out on the move and good-footed and just attractive. You like all that about her. Good female. I thought the heifer in second here sure gave her a run in terms of being an attractive one, but she just needs more body if it really going to be able to get up there and make you think about that placing too hard. Love her look, love her balance, just need to see a notch more depth of rib. Heifer that's in third does have a little more depth, and you like that about her, but this one just needs to go better off of her hind leg. A little too rigid in that hock, and yet she's got a lot of extra set to her hind leg, and so it's just as a little awkward as she goes there. Like the moderation of frame, like the depth of body, going to be an easy fleshing kind.
Results from class number 3 of our limousine show. First place goes to Logan Sashery of Liberty County 4-H. In second place is Britton Colquitt of Friendship FFA. And third place goes to Camden Crisp of Cook County 4-H. Now moving into the ring is class number 4 in our limousine show. These are heifers that were born in January of 2015. Attention limousine exhibitors, we need all entries in classes 7, 8, 9, and 10 to staging. Limousine exhibitors, we need all entries in classes 7, 8, 9, and 10 to staging.
Young ladies heifer's going to win this class. Just got an advantage in terms of rib and body shape and dimension over the heifer here in second. You know, with that, she's got just a nickel more shoulder, but it's okay. I think everything blends together because she's good-bodied and gets out and moves pretty nice. Young man's heifer in second's an attractive, long-bodied one. Got a neat look to her. Just need to give her a notch more body to really get up there and play. Then we got a heifer here in third that is a little more moderate, got some depth of rib. I like that about her. She's functional in her kind. Just gets a little plainer in her makeup, wants to get a little easy in her top. Doesn't have quite the extra look that we see in those first two cattle.
And results of class number 4. First place goes to Jessica Teal of Cameron Yo FFA. And second place is Bryson Morrow of Wise County 4-H. And third place, Harold Woods of Brazoria County 4-H. They'll get those heifers processed in the back, and then we'll bring back our class winners, and the judge will select the champion heifer calf and reserve champion heifer calf.
It's a good lineup here. I really like all these class winners here in this division. I didn't know exactly what to expect, but definitely one of the stronger calf divisions of any of the breeds here so far in terms of having 4 class winners that I think all have a lot of good in them. Real quick, I'm going to describe them. I know we got to keep moving. Got a lot of cattle left here to see. I really like this one out of the first class, and I know she doesn't have the hair, and then she's got something going on with her skin here, an irritation or a reaction of some sort. But just study the basics on this one, her feet and her angles and her natural body shape, her hip, and then just the way her neck ties out of her shoulder. You just project this one on out. That one's hard to put a big hole in. Maybe everything just doesn't look quite as fancy on that very first impression. But I think a lot of that maybe is just the hair thing. Heifer that comes out of that next class is kind of a neat one that can catch your eye initially, long-necked, and there's times she can give you a nice look. I think of these 4 cattle, she's probably the flattest and in her just natural shape, and there's times that I see her getting up on her toes just a little too much up front there. Heifer out of this third one I like a great deal. You can leave her right there. Just a good female, good at the ground, really love her hip and her hind leg, awesome-bodied one. Her shoulder just sets out just a little wider, and that chest is starting to drop. I wonder, as she matures, if she can keep that chest and shoulder to not separate from the rest of her body. I think this one also is going to be really, really good because she's pretty far along here in terms of her maturity, and not in a bad way. I mean, she's just ready to be at the show here in terms of being a big-bodied, big-hipped one. Again, love the hind leg. My concerns are just what's this shoulder chest going to do as she matures out. And then we got another stout, powerful, moderate one out of this 4th class. I like that about her. Good body shape, good dimension in that one. So congratulations to these exhibitors. I'll go out and get you a champion reserve.
Ladies and gentlemen, your champion heifer calf of the limousine show comes out of class number 1, exhibited by Cole Sullivan of Trinity County 4-H. And your reserve champion heifer calf comes out of class number 3, exhibited by Logan Sashery of Liberty County 4-H. Congratulations to our calf division champions. Now we'll move into class number 7 of our limousine show. These are heifers that were born in November of 2014.
A nice female to lead off this class. Really attractive, good line, feminine female, smooth. Like how she's put together. Gets out, moves nice. I think she's got enough to her. Again, impressed with the quality here thus far in the limousine show. Heifer that comes in second, I think, is comparable in terms of her body and her dimension. She's just a little plainer in her makeup up through that front end, got a little extra set to her hind leg. Consequently, it just doesn't give you quite the eye appeal here from the side.
Results of class number 7 in our limousine show. First place goes to Jake Neal of Joaquin FFA. In second place is Caitlin Manzi of Huffman FFA. Now moving into the rings, class number 8. And these are heifers that were born September and October of 2014. We get all remaining limousine heifers to the staging area. All remaining limousine heifers, could please make your way to the staging area. All entries in classes 10, 13, 14.
Obviously, these two heifers differ in their advantages. Young man's heifer I'm going to start off with. She's the deep-bodied, broody-appearing one, like the natural fleshing ability she has. I think when you step right in behind her, she's got a little more natural width as well. You know, who's sounder? I think there's some give and take. She's a little more relaxed in her spine, maybe just a little better up there through her shoulder, although she could still be tweaked there as well. The heifer that's in second is one that when he gets her stopped and set up, that one's got a good look. She's got a little itty-bitty neck, ties out the top of her shoulder, an attractive made one. But with that refinement comes just a little shallower, tighter body, and probably not just quite as comfortable out there on the go.
Thank you, Dr. Scheich. Results from class number 8 of our limousine show. First place goes to Grayson Harth of Idalou FFA. In second place is Richard Graves of Liberty County 4-H. We have no entries in class number 9, so we'll be moving into class 10. These will be heifers that were born in May and June of 2014. Attention limousine exhibitors, class 10 is walking in the ring. Limousine exhibitors, class 10 is walking in the ring. Attention heifer exhibitors, just a reminder about releases today. You will be released at the completion of the breed. Once that breed is shown, you will be released. Just a reminder, you need to go by the livestock office and get your release stamped before taking off and going to get your trailer.
Young ladies heifer's going to win this class here. Deep-bodied, cowy look there from the side, and I like that about her. She's going to calve within a couple months of her birthday there, and appreciate that. A female, maybe you could freshen up just a bit, maybe get her go a notch easier out of that shoulder, but still love the natural body and fleshing ability and dimension she has. Young man's heifer here that's in second, long-bodied female. He said she kind of had a little tougher start to things, got sick, and just kind of coming back here now. I don't have her stuck yet, but you know, get that one bred, and I think she'll start to body down a little bit, start looking like a cow. But doing a good job with her. Hopefully she gets straightened out for him.
Results from class number 10 in the limousine show. First place goes to Lauren Neal of Joaquin FFA. And second place is Harold Woods of Brazoria County 4-H. Again, they'll get those heifers processed in the back, and then we'll lead back our class winners, and Dr. Scheich will select a junior division champion. Attention Main on Jew exhibitors. Main on Jew exhibitors. We are approaching the end of our limousine show, so we'll be calling for the first classes of mains shortly. Attention limousine exhibitors, this is your last call for class number 13. Last call, class 13 limousine.
Get these class winners out here in this division. Nice set here, and there's some give and take between them. Maybe not just quite as strong as that last division I thought was so good, but again, these females are still nice. Young man's heifer here out of that first class. Good looking, attractive one, moves nice, maybe not just quite as much mass and body as these other two, but I sure love her look and love how she gets out and goes. Like the depth of rib and the cowiness in this one out of the next class. maybe just a little deeper chested, but that's getting picky on her. And you know, she probably just doesn't go just as good as that first one, but still very sound female. Another moderate, big-bodied one out of this next class gets a little deeper chested, a little plainer in her makeup. Nice set out here. I'll go out and show you who I like.
Ladies and gentlemen, your junior division champion out of limousine show is coming out of class 7, exhibited by Jake Neal of Joaquin FFA. And a reserve champion, junior heifer, comes out of class number 8, exhibited by Grayson Harth of Idalou FFA. Congratulations to our division champions. In the ring before you is class number 13 of our limousine show. Single entry, the heifer born in April of 2014.
Really a nice single entry here, moderate one, but she's a tank, super big bodied, massive when you get in behind her, and yet she handles it really well. She's going to calve here right about on her birthday, and just looks super nice out here. You know, there's ones that I'm sure could be just a little neater, but when you got this kind of mass and power and still can handle it pretty good, this is certainly a very impressive female. It can handle a lot of competition.
And taking home the blue ribbon out of class 13 is Madison Culpepper of Gonzales County 4-H. We're ready now for class 14, our limousine show. These will be females born January and February of 2014. We have no entries in class 15, so following this class, our judge will select the senior division champion. Attention Main Anjou exhibitors. Main Anjou exhibitors, class 1. This is your first call. Main Anjou, class 1. This is your first call.
kind of a close placing between all three of these. You're second. Pull up here. I'm going to start off here with this young man's black heifer, and just a moderate female that's got some body, got enough dimension to her. Get off to the side there, and I think that female still balances up okay. Just doesn't wow you in any one area, but I think just a good solid female. 2 and 3 here, I think you could argue are close, but the young man's red heifer here, just a notch more depth of rib. It doesn't hurt that she's further along in gestation, and I think that helps just balance out her underline a little bit there. Just didn't read her quite as smooth as that one that leads off. Still a good female in third. She's moderate. She's got some natural thickness to her. I think she's adequate in her feet and legs. Just a little plainer in her makeup. Doesn't balance as good. A little deeper in her chest. Tends to want to kind of just cut up towards her flank then just a bit.
Results from class number 14 in our limousine show. First place goes to Logan Sassery of Liberty County 4-H. And second is Stephen Webb of Magnolia FFA. And third place was Ashton Wall of Angleton FFA. Again, we have no entries in class 15. So once they process these heifers in the back, we'll bring back class winners from classes 13 and 14. And Dr. Scheich will select our senior division champions, and then we'll select the champion limousine heifer following that.
Get this final division out here. Good pair of black heifers up here, class winners. I think both these females, got some body to them, some natural dimension. They're really both pretty impressive when you get right in behind them. To me, when you get them out on the move, they probably separate. There's one that just gets out and goes just a little easier, takes a little better step out of that front end. Everything probably just blends together a little bit. May want to freshen up just a bit, maybe on both these, but in particular, probably this first one down there through her brisket. And that'll happen here when she calves. So this, when they've been on the road, assuming this one's been on the road, showing quite a bit, it's hard to keep them looking right and keep them from getting just a little fatter than they need to be, especially if they're good, easy keeping kind. Nice set out here. Get you champion reserve.
Ladies and gentlemen, your champion senior female in the limousine show comes out of class 13, exhibited by Madison Culpepper of Gonzales County 4-H. And a reserve champion senior female comes out of class 14, exhibited by Logan Sashery of Liberty County 4-H. Congratulations to our senior division champions. We'll let them lead those around, and then we'll bring in all division champions, and Dr. Scheich will select the grand champion limousine heifer.
Really pleased with this limousine show and get our champion reserve divisions and 6 quality females out here. Just make a couple quick comments and we'll move on here. I really like this first one. I did in class. I did in that calf division, and I'm probably reading on into things down the road a little further than some would, but I think this one's going to be awfully good. Now, she's got a long ways to go, and there's a lot of days between now and next year, you know, if the goal is to go through all the winter and spring shows again. But I think the basics are there. I like the feet and legs on that one. I like the natural body shape and dimension. The condition she's presented in here today, I think she's going to keep getting better. Young man's got him a good-looking one out of that next division. She's attractive. She's feminine. Probably doesn't have the natural body shape and dimension of the cattle on either side of her, but that's still a nice kind of female. And this is a really impressive big heifer here out of the senior division. Really good body, tons of natural dimension, and she handles it well on her feet and legs. I'd freshen her up, lean her up just a bit, but I think she's sure made right. Going to calve here right on time, so to speak. Just a good kind of female. Again, you could knock a little of that brisket out. I probably like them a little leaner, a little better through there than some. More than likely, you won't even know that after she's nursed that calf here for a while. So, again, good set of cattle here. Get out and show you who I like.
Ladies and gentlemen, your grand champion limousine heifer comes out of the senior division, exhibited by Madison Culpepper of Gonzales County 4-H. And your reserve champion limousine heifer comes out of the calf division and exhibited by Cole Sullivan of Trinity County 4-H. Congratulations to the exhibitors of our champion and reserve champion limousine heifers. This concludes our limousine show. We'll move into main on jus as soon as we've got them all lined up. Attention limousine exhibitors, classes 1 through 10, you can make your way to staging. Definitely need classes 1, 4, and 7 in staging immediately. Classes 1, 4, and 7 to staging immediately. That would be main on jus, classes 1, 4, and 7. All right, moving into the ring, we've got class number 1, main on jus. These are heifers that were born on or after April 1st of 2015.
Heads up, we got a loose one.
Rodeo time.
Young man going to lead off this class. I think does so pretty handily. Nice female, good body. She's stout when you get in behind her. Yet she balances as good as anything. I particularly like her hind leg. I think she uses it really well. I'd relax her in her shoulder just a bit if I'm going to pick on her. But I think everywhere else she wins this class. Maybe it's a little closer, 2 and 3. And it would help if this heifer here in third would cooperate and present herself a little better. Young man's heifer in second as we compare it to the class winner. Maybe she's just a little neater in the way that she's laid in about that shoulder and that neck, but from there back, she sure gives up the body and the power. She's not as good on her hind leg. You know, there's give and take between 2 and 3 here. You know, when the heifer in third's not pulling back and not fighting the halter, she can give you a pretty neat look. But then she can get to looking a little straight and a little tight up there through that forerib. Both those heifers need probably just a notch more body. I maybe read just a little more functionality in this one in second. Again, part of that could be just the way they're cooperating here today. Heifer in fourth, I like in terms of her length of body or attractiveness. She's just a little too extreme. Needs to be moderated, needs more body to go with that. Little awkward in her hind leg. She uses it okay, just got a little extra set, just not the most attractive rear leg you'll see. The bald-faced or blaze-faced heifer there comes around. She's more moderate. She does have more depth of body, but I read that one a little too straight in her shoulder. She gets a little smaller footed, a little straight in that rear leg as well, and just doesn't get out and take a long enough step. And we round out the class with a heifer there that, you know, in terms of structure needs to be better. She's too rigid in her hind leg and her pastern, a little too upright in her shoulder, consequently just doesn't get out and go as good as I'd like to see.
Results from class number 1, Main Anjou. First place goes to Styles Patton, Milam County 4-H. Second place is Cade Carnes of Dimmitt County 4-H. And third is Randon Schwab of Guadalupe County 4-H. Fourth place goes to Jordan Jenkins of Ellis County 4-H. Fifth place, also Jordan Jenkins of Ellis County 4-H. And sixth place, Megan Lepovitz of Foster FFA. Moving into the ring now, it's class number 4. We had no entries in class 2 and 3. So we have 2 heifers born January of 2015. Main Anjou exhibitors, all entries in classes 7, 8, 9, and 10. Please make your way to staging. All entries in classes 7, 8, 9, and 10. Please make your way to staging. Class 7, we need you in staging immediately.
Just a pair of January females here. Heifer that's going to win this class. Kind of overwhelms the other one in terms of just natural body and dimension, performance. Love that about her. You know, she's a little coarser than ideal, but she's all right there, and just tremendous rib and thickness. The heifer that's in second's a little neater up through her neck, but she's too straight. You can see this hock's locked almost completely straight here. I'd like to see her have more flex and more angulation there. And then she doesn't have as much body and rib as the heifer that wins the class either.
Results from class number 4, Main Anjou. First place goes to Madeline Pickett of Liberty FFA. And second place goes to Caden Moore of Detroit FFA. We'll get those heifers processed in the back, and then we'll lead them back around, and our judge will select our calf champion of the Main Anjou show.
just the two classes here in our calf division, the main and Jew show, and both these females got body, got dimension like that about them. One of them's just a little more correct, or maybe quite a bit more correct off of her hip and hind leg when we get her out on the move, and that's going to be what is the kind of the deciding factor on champion. You know, I think for reserve it's maybe a little closer, just pretty extreme differences in terms of type. There's going to be one that's really big-bodied, could be just a little better going. The other one's maybe a little neater neck, but gets out-powered. With that, I'll show you who I like here. I think, again, an easy champion.
Ladies and gentlemen, your champion heifer calf comes out of class number 1, exhibited by Styles Patton of Milam County 4-H. And your reserve champion heifer calf for the Main on Jew show comes out of class number 4, exhibited by Madeline Pickett of Liberty FFA. Congratulations to our division champions.
Got a single entry here. She comes to a stop. A heifer that's got some shape, some dimension to her, really straight down her top. You can catch your eye there. I guess if I'm going to pick on her, though, she needs to go better. She's a little too straight in her hock, gets a little restricted in her step.
Results from class number 7. First place goes to Randon Schwab of Guadalupe County 4-H. Class number 8 in our Main on G show, leading into the ring. These are heifers that were born in October of 2014.
Somewhat close placing here. I'm going to use the young lady's heifer, just a little more moderate, probably a notch more to her, even though I'd still like to see her have a little bolder rib shape and maybe just a little more flank there. But I think a heifer that when you get her out on the move probably takes just a little better step. Young man's red and white heifer here, long-bodied female. She's good down her top line. Like to lay her back and angle to her shoulder and settle in her knee just a bit. Maybe she could go a notch better off that hind leg as well, but appreciate her for her performance.
Results from class number 8 in our Main on G show. First place goes to Caitlin Vale of George Ranch FFA. Second place is Raymond Jones of Leon County 4-H. Moving in the ring now is class number 9 in our main on Jew show. A single entry, heifer born July of 2014.
Nice single entry here. Probably bump up just a bit in terms of quality on this one for sure. A good bodied one. Balances out really nice. Good on her feet and legs. When you can tell when she's standing there, angles are pretty right, and you get that one out on the move. Things hold pretty true. She maintains her balance. Nice kind of female. Congratulations.
Taking the blue ribbon out of class number 9 is Jake Taylor of Troop FFA. No. Now ready for class number 10 in our main on Jew show. These will be heifers born May and June of 2014. Main on Jew exhibitors, we need all entries in classes 14 and 15 to staging area. Main on Jew exhibitors, all entries in classes 14 and 15 to the staging area. Out the gate, get the gate. Watch the doors, we got a loose heifer in the barn. Attention Red Angus exhibitors, Red Angus exhibitors. Just want to let you know we're getting close to the end of our main on Jew show. We'll be calling for you shortly. Red Angus exhibitors will be calling for you shortly.
Little give and take here. Young lady's heifer's one that has kind of a neat look to her, a moderate heifer that's good-bodied. Certainly appreciate the rib shape she has and the natural thickness. Probably a little further along in calf, doesn't hurt on this one compared to the one in second. Now she gets just a little piecey right in behind her shoulder, notch around her out of her hip than what I would call ideal, but a good kind of a female for sure. I think she's adequate when we get her out on the move. I like some things about the one in second as well. Really long-necked and attractive up there. Like how her neck ties out top of her shoulder. Good in her top line. just, this one reads just a little harder to me. She's a little flatter in the rib, and you get in behind her. Just, I appreciate that on one hand that she's maybe a little cleaner in her condition than that one up there. But then I get to ask myself, is it because she's just a little harder? And that's a fine line. We want easy flesh and cattle, but we don't want them to be, or I don't want them to be too fat. I like ones that have the ability to be easy flesh, and then just got to put the brakes on from a management standpoint. And I'm not saying this one's hard because she's not big and shallow, but she just maybe isn't just quite as bloomy, if you will, as that one that wins the class here. Good female, still nice out on the move. Congratulations, both those exhibitors.
Results from Class 10 of our Main on G show. First place goes to Kennedy Kuykendall of Meridian FFA. And second place goes to Braden DeBoard of Ellis County 4-H. They'll get those two processed, and then we'll bring them back around with the rest of our class winners, and our judge will select the junior division champion. Main on Jew exhibitors, classes 14 and 15, we need you in staging. Main on Jew classes 14 and 15, we need you in staging. Again, Red Angus exhibitors, class 1, Red Angus exhibitors, class 1, be getting them ready.
Get out here for this division. To me, it comes down to these third and fourth class winners out of this go here. Man's Heifer is one that I like in terms of her look from the side. Really good out through her hip. young man's heifer here out of that third class. One I like in terms of her top line out through her hip. In that regard, she's a big-footed heifer. Appreciate that. Probably like to just tone her down a little bit. For a summer heifer, that one's probably plenty big. You get right in behind her there, and relative to that frame, maybe she reads just a little flatter in her makeup. Young lady's heifer out of the next class is more moderate in her size. Read a little more rib shape, a little more natural dimension right in behind her. As I said in class on that one, I could probably clean her up in her condition just a bit. But again, I think she's a moderate, good-bodied one that has been easy flesh, and it's hard to get too critical of that on her for that. With that, I'll go out and show you here I like for champion. We'll get a second in, take another look, and get a reserve.
Ladies and gentlemen, your junior champion Manon Juke comes out of class number 10, exhibited by Kennedy Kuykendall of Meridian FFA. And your reserve champion junior heifer comes out of the same class, exhibited by Braden DeBoard of Ellis County 4-H. Congratulations to our junior division champions. Now ready to move into the senior division. Got no entries in class 13, so we'll move directly to class 14. And these are females that were born January and February of 2014. Class 1 Red Angus. Class 1 Red Angus. Can you start making your way to the staging area? Class 1 Red Angus, we need you to the staging area.
just two in this class. Young man's heifer I'm going to lead off with, one that you can sure like when she stopped there. An attractive, eye-peeling heifer. There's good in her depth of body. Got enough when you get in behind her. I guess when she gets out on the move, maybe I'll pick on her just a little bit. I'd like to see her get out and take a little more athletic step there. I'd like to see her just a notch further along in gestation here for her age, but not too far off, I think. But again, when she stops, she sure looks pretty neat. Pair here in second, nice little cow, doing a good job. Calf here, just a few weeks old at side, and you could balance that udder just a little bit better probably. That cow wants to get just a little pinched in her fore rib, but I think the basics are there. Obviously doing a nice job with this calf here at side.
Results from class number 14, Main on Juice Show. First place goes to Jacob Simpson of Eastland FFA, and second place goes to Hayden Tucker of Godly FFA. Now ready for class number 15, Main on Jews, and these are going to be females that were born September through December of 2013.
I think there's obviously a few ways you could place this class, and I'll tell you what I see here in them. Now, young lady that I'm going to start off with, I wish that she'd calved by now, and she told me the reasons why, and in terms of they flushed her as a heifer and wanted to have her heavy bred here for this show, and I get that, and everybody wants to maybe calve at a little different time, and depending on what age you buy, you need to get her lined up with what you want to do from your program standpoint. But I still think that, when possible, I like for them to calve when they're two. Now, that's not the only criteria I'm going to place this class on, because if that was the case, you could just place them on paper, and you wouldn't have to bring them out here if we're just going to go by when they calved. I do like this one the best of the three, and that's obviously why I got her in the first spot. I like her balance. I like her body shape, her dimension. She's a little awkward off that rear pastern, but I still think just in terms of her eye appeal, she surfaces to the top. This cow here, it's in the second spot. Good, strong cow. Got a stout calf at side here. Really powerful calf for sure. The cow gets a little straight in her shoulder. A little rounder hip, a little more navel. She just doesn't have quite the balance or the eye appeal. Got a nice udder, and again, good calf here at side. White-faced cow then that closes out things. A moderate cow that's refined. I guess when I get studying her, I get the most critical of her from a structural standpoint. Wants to get a little off behind her shoulder. Just doesn't get out and go quite as good. Could maybe balance that udder just a bit. But that's still a good cow, nice pair there. And again, I think all three of those females had some things you like about them. All had a thing or two probably you'd like to change to just be super confident about them winning the class.
Results from class number 15 in our main on-G show. First place goes to Emily Munshreth of Weatherford FFA. Second place is Kira Christian of Bel Air FFA. And third place is Hannah Haynes of Aledo FFA. They'll process those heifers there in the back, and then we'll lead them back around, and our judge will select the senior division champion, our main on-G show, and then follow that with selection of the grand champion heifer. Attention Red Angus exhibitors. Red Angus exhibitors, we can get Class 1 Red Angus in staging. Class 2 and 3, I will be calling for you very soon.
out here for this senior division main and Jew show. We got a couple class winners here that both of them probably I wish were a little different in where they're at in their stage of production relative to their age, but I think both females that got a look about them, some quality about them. Gentleman's heifer out of this first class, really big body to go with that. I wish she'd take a little longer step off her rear leg to really be ideal here to win this division with no questions in my mind. Heifer out of that second class, again, a big-legged, big-footed one that's stout and got a nice look. She maybe takes a little longer step, but she's kind of awkward in how she sets down on that hind leg. So, again, some give and take there. Got two nice pairs back behind there. And, again, just some subtle differences between them. And as we compare them back here to both these class winners, I think they're cattle that probably just didn't have quite the natural mass and power. I think the one that was second out of that first class, though, sure got a nice look about her. So, again, some differences in type and kind, differences in where they're at stage of production. I'll show you who I like.
Ladies and gentlemen, your champion senior heifer, the main on G show, comes out of class 14, exhibited by Jacob Simpson of Eastland FFA. And your reserve champion senior heifer comes out of class number 15, exhibited by Emily Munchrath of Weatherford FFA. Congratulations to our senior division champions. We'll now bring back all of our division champions, and judge will select the grand champion, main on Jew heifer.
This was a little tougher breed to put together here. Just, we had some single entries, some differences in type and kind, yet I'm pleased with the lineup we have out here on the division champion side. I think females that got some body and some mass to them. at the stand here, got enough look about them. There's differences in terms of soundness in this group. Probably you could improve each of these heifers in an area or two in that regard. Heifer out of this first calf division, I like her body, like her dimension. I think she's got a nice hind leg. As I said there in class and division earlier, like to lay her back in her shoulder, get her to reach out of that front end a little better, and all at the same time make her a notch more refined in that front third. Because shoulder back, I like that one a great deal. This junior division, here's a moderate one that's good-bodied and dimensional from behind, yet still has a nice neck and good shape of femininity up there. A heifer that we get her out in the move, takes a long enough stride. You know, she wants to drop her pins a little bit to do that, and I think you could pick on her in that regard just a bit. And as I said, I suppose you could lean her up just ever so slightly. I've said that about most of the older heifers that have been through the ring here today, and it's just a function of what it's like when we got them on the road like this. But again, a good size, moderate one that's got a neat look, still gets out and moves nice. Our older heifer, here's one that, again, at the stand you can get to liking. When we get her in motion, she needs to go better off both ends for me to really just fall in love with her. I sure like her stop there. No doubt about it, but I wish she was a little further along than in gestation, as I said. Good set here. Got some, we'll get a champion, get a reserve pulled in here. I think there's a couple different ways a guy can put these together for sure.
Ladies and gentlemen, your grand champion Manon Jew heifer comes out of the junior division, exhibited by Kennedy Kuykendall of Meridian FFA. And a reserve champion, Manon Jew heifer, also out of the junior division, exhibited by Braden DeBoard of Ellis County 4-H. Congratulations to our champion Manon Jew exhibitors. That concludes our Manon Jew show for today, and we'll be moving into Red Angus. Red Angus exhibitors, we need class 1, 2, and 3 to staging. Red Angus class 2 and 3 to staging. Red Angus exhibitors, Class 2, we need you in staging. Class 2, Red Angus, we need you in staging immediately. Class 3, start bringing them up.
Pretty confident on where to start in this young lady's heifer here. Here's one that's attractive and balanced. She's good on her feet and legs, and everything just kind of fits together there. And, you know, she sure got enough performance and mass for her age. No questions there. After that, I think you could make a case for 2 or 3 different heifers. I'm going to drop down to June, so the youngest one in the class here. As I look at her and just project her out, I think that she's just a little safer bet. I'll get to the heifer here behind her in a minute and where my concerns are. This one doesn't have maybe just quite the body as a few others, but she's younger, and I think just steady feet and legs, and I project her out, I just land on her being the next safest one. This young man in the hat's got an interesting heifer. She's big-bodied, love that about her. She's extra stout when you get in behind her. Problem is that hind leg, because she's so stout, it gets outside of her body. When she gets to step in, it gets wider and wider and wider. And my experience is if they do that as a calf, it does not get better when they get older. I hope she does for this young man. I hope I'm wrong on my projection, but my projection is that hind leg's just not going to hold. Love her body and her mass. If she could keep her hind leg up underneath of her as she goes away, she could probably be second for sure. She could probably win the class, though, in all honesty. Heifer that comes next, it's just a little too plain in her makeup. I almost went one more spot down with the young man's heifer in the hat, but I didn't think this one just had enough quality from the side. She's a good functional kind of a heifer, good bodied. I think she's sound enough. She's, you know, when I project her out on her hind leg, I read a little more longevity in that hind leg. But she's plainer in her makeup, a little rounder out of her hip. Then we get into a pair of heifers here that are a little harder bodied, a little tighter in their forerib and their flank. They too both have some structure issues, just get a little too straight, a little restricted on the move.
Results for number 1 of our Red Angus show. First place goes to Rachel Schronk of Hamilton FFA. In second is Ali Garcia of Bangs FFA. Third place goes to Wade St. John of Callisburg FFA. In fourth is Brianna Gibbs of Tom Green County 4-H. Fifth place, Caitlin Lopez of Bastrop County 4-H. And sixth place, Caitlin Stutz of Liberty County 4-H. Now moving into the ring is Class 2 of our Red Angus show. These are heifers that were born in March of 2015. Red Angus Class 3 and 4, we need you to staging. Red Angus Class 3 and 4, we need you to staging.
Young lady's got a good one to win this class. Just an attractive, balanced, good-bodied one. She's nice out on the move. Got plenty to her. Just really complete heifer to win this. I like some things about this one. And second, she's stout-featured. Just a little awkward when she goes, though. I think that shoulder's just set up a little too far forward, and that makes it kind of separate from her body just a bit. And she gets a little shorter in her step off that rear leg as well. But, boy, he gets her stopped, and he can sure get her stuck. Long-bodied, good ribbed one that's plenty stout when you get him behind her. Right kind of condition and flesh here today. Gets a little closer after that. 3 and 4, they're a little different. I thought 3 is just enough more attractive, smoother made, and more feminine. Appreciate the condition she's presented in here today. Obviously, she doesn't have quite the body or the mass of a few of these others, but I think she'll get it, and I just like her kind. Heifer that comes in the 4th spot is big-bodied, easy fleshing. That's certainly something that we want and I can appreciate. Problem is she's already getting a little too fat, and that's tough to see that already on a younger calf like this, on what that's going to do long term. I think that we got to be careful, and to add to that then, I'd sure like to change how she goes off her rear leg. Love her body type and rib and dimension. You can appreciate that, but need to lean her up, need to get her going off that hind leg better. Next 2 heifers here I think are similar. Females that maybe they are just a little more feminine or a little leaner anyway than the one right ahead of them. But, they get flatter in their rib, they get narrower base, want to kind of pinch in their loin, particularly the young lady in yellow. That heifer wants to dish out in her loin, gets a little tentative in her step off that rear leg. Next 2 heifers are both ones that get too straight in their shoulder, they get off in their hip and just kind of awkward in the way they go off their hind leg. And the young lady in the bow there that rounds out the class, that heifer needs to be a little deeper bodied, read her a little shallower and more tubular, and you combine that with the fact that she too's a little lower in her pins, just worked herself down in class.
Thank you for those comments, Dr. Shack. Results from class number 2 in our Red Angus show. First place goes to Riley Hall of Waller FFA. Leslie Walker of Liberty County. In third is Kristen Massengill of Hamilton FFA. Fourth place is Carson Ballinger of Erath County 4-H. Fifth place goes to Justin Garner of Callisburg FFA. In sixth is Kristen Massengill of Hamilton FFA. Seventh place is Trey Harvey of Joaquin FFA. In eighth was Hannah Eakin of Godly FFA. And ninth place was Gabriella Davis of Academy FFA. Now ready for class number 3 in our Red Angus show. These are heifers that were born in February of 2015.
Across the arena.
Don't tell us that.
Red Angus exhibitors, we need Class 4 to staging. Class 7, you can start making your way as well. Class 4 Red Angus, we need you in staging. Class 7, start making your way up to the staging area as well.
really a stout one that wins this class. Big-bodied, powerful, huge foot and bone, and honestly, maybe just a little much for what I guess I would call ideal for a red Angus at this age. But it's hard not to like her because even though she's so powerful and big-bodied and stout, she still handles it really well. She still moves as good as anything in class and has as much balance as anything in class. Just how much do we need and where will she be in the end in terms of just mature size, I think is what you got to ask yourself. But she's certainly pretty nice for a stout one. I like the femininity and the refinement of the one in second, and if she was just a notch sounder where I could say she was the really attractive, feminine, good-built one, I would have been willing to give up that extra power. Problem is she's not sounder. In fact, the heifer that wins the class moves better. This one wants to get a little closer to her hock, gets her hind leg outside of herself, if you will, wants to get a little tied up in her spine. Just need to see her go better. This heifer in third bugs me. Young lady's awesome with her stick, so she gets her stopped here, and I like her. She looks like she could be the class winner. She just can't go good enough, unfortunately. When we pull her to the lead, she struggles off both ends of her skeleton and can't really show that out of her. She straightened her shoulder, tightened her top, and just doesn't go off that hind leg good enough. Boy, I like her stop, though, and a lot of that's because the young lady does such a great job getting her shown. Heifer here is one that maybe just you could say is kind of middle of the road in some areas and no big holes, but yet maybe doesn't just grab you in any one area either. She's probably a little better out of her hip and hind leg than that heifer ahead of her, but when she stops, she sure doesn't have the balance or the look. She wants to get a little more open through her lower shoulder, a little deeper through her chest. A little bigger, higher performing heifer comes next, but she too needs to be sounder. Gets a little off behind her shoulder, a little awkward in how she goes off her hind leg. We get into a couple heifers here, then they just get out of balance. The young lady's heifer there, when she's stopped and when she's going, she's kind of pinched in her loin and just throws her off a little bit. Big naveled heifer there, just a little planed up through that front, throws her off. We got a couple heifers here that round out the class, sure need to be sounder when they get out and on the go.
Results from class number 3 in a Red Angus show. First place goes to Bryce McCutcheon of Caney Creek FFA. In second place is Regan Stewart of Sterling County 4-H. Third place is Riley Hall of Waller FFA. Fourth place goes to Trey Harvey of Joaquin FFA. In fifth place is Trey Ivy of Bangs FFA. Sixth place is Audrey Ivy of Bangs FFA. Seventh place goes to Indigo Pedezwa of Washington County 4-H. Eighth place is Jenna Menardis of Milam County 4-H. And ninth place goes to Jessica Shoemaker of Ellison FFA. In the ring now is class number 4 in a Red Angus show, and these are heifers that were born in January of 2015. Red Angus exhibitors, Class 7, we need you in staging. Red Angus, Class 7, we need you in staging.
Close placing up top for me here between these two young ladies, Heifers. Heifer I'm going to lead off with really attractive and feminine up front there. Long neck, ties high under her shoulder. Super long-bodied female as well. Got plenty of depth of rib. She gets a little flatter in her rib shape and maybe just a little flatter through that lower quarter. But not bad, and I think both these heifers are pretty good moving when you get them out. Certainly more correct and more balanced than the heifers in the next several spots here. It's just some give and take between them. The heifer in second's a little more moderate, probably a little bolder, just not as neat and attractive up front there. We get in here in the next couple spots, and then we got some cattle that got some good, but you got a couple things you'd like to fix. If this heifer was better from her shoulder into her forerib, shoulder into her top line, then I'd be real comfortable with her here, and I'd probably be talking about it being a top trio instead of just that top pair. But she gets just a little too piecey right in behind her shoulder. Like her length, like her performance, and even though she's got a little set to her hind leg, I think she's functional enough when she goes. This heifer gets just a little off-balanced and like to lengthen her neck and lay that shoulder back, and I think everything would just fit together a notch better here from the side. She's a good-bodied heifer that's right in her size. Heifer then that comes next is a little longer, got a little more grow to her, if you will. That one gets a little tightened up in her spine, wants to roach up in her back there, and comes apart right in behind her shoulder. Young lady's heifer then that's pulling around here. Another one that you need to fix on the go. She's a little too stilty up through that shoulder. Gets a short stepping off of those rear two, just not comfortable enough in terms of her skeleton. Then we round out with a little lower performing kind of heifer that she too needs to go better off of her hind leg.
Results from class number 4 of a Red Angus show. First place goes to Rachel Shrunk of Hamilton FFA. Second place is Reagan Cooper of Fort Bend County 4-H. In third is Colton Barton of Williamson County 4-H. Fourth place, Aubrey Thornton of Van Zant County 4-H. In fifth is Dalton Fullwood of Van Zant County 4-H. In sixth place, Abigail Ratliff of Runnels County 4-H. And in seventh place is Ashley Myers of Ellison FFA. We'll now bring back our class winners from classes 1 through 4. And Dr. Scheich will select our calf division champions. Red Angus heifers, classes 7 and 8. We need you to staging. Red Angus classes 7 and 8 to staging, please. Class 7 Red Angus, Class 7 Red Angus. We need you to staging. You're going in the ring next.
get these class winners out here in this first division. Nice set of cattle, and got some good seconds as well, though to me it really comes down to all the class winners here. And just, I'm not going to go back through all of them and break them all down. And I know you've heard me talk about them. I think in each of these classes there was enough competition there that I described where I'd like to change them and where they were good. And I think you get out here, and it's not a slam dunk. There's some differences in type and kind. I think time will only tell which one of these really surfaces as being the best one in the long term. But I think cattle that have some good in them, some body, some functionality. Some are a little more refined and not as powerful, and then there's one or two out here that are notched outer as well. So with that, I'll go out and show you who I'd like for Champion Reserve.
Ladies and gentlemen, your champion heifer calf in the Red Angus Show comes out of class number 2, exhibited by Riley Hall of Waller FFA. And a reserve champion heifer calf comes out of class number 3, exhibited by Bryce McCutcheon of Caney Creek FFA. Congratulations to our calf division winners. Moving into the ring now, it's class number 7. These are heifers that were born November and December of 2014. Red Angus classes 8, 9, and 10. We need you to make your way to staging. Red Angus 8, 9, and 10. We need you to staging. Just a reminder to all of our heifer exhibitors, we will have we'll select a Supreme Champion heifer at the end of the show today. So we'll bring back all breeds that were shown today, and our judge will select a Supreme Champion and reserve Supreme Champion for all American British breeds, British and European breeds combined. So breed champions, we hope you stick around for our Supreme Champion drive this evening.
Starting with the gentleman's heifer there. This class, there's a little give and take, but here's just the fall-free, basic, complete cow prospect. She's quite a bit leaner than the one in second, flatter shouldered, and she's got plenty of body. Just a nice kind of female. After that, you kind of got to make some calls here. This one's really big-bodied and high-performing, good weight per day of age, too open through her shoulder, and carrying too much condition for me here, honestly. And so I thought it was close between 2 and 3. Problem is, although 3's a more attractive, leaner, cleaner conditioned heifer, she sure gives up a lot of body and mass to that one in second. Heifer here in fourth is kind of like the one in third, except I don't see her as good in her top line, maybe quite as attractive in the set to her hind leg. Again, just appreciate the condition she's in here. I think she's adequate in terms of her body. Hefferson come next then is one that gets a little off in terms of her balance and her structure, wants to pinch in her loin a little bit, just doesn't get out and go quite as good as I'd like to see. We round out with a heifer that definitely needs to be more correct on her feet and legs, needs to be more relaxed in her spine, just take a more comfortable step.
Results from class number 7 of a Red Angus show. First place goes to Will Shaw of Ryder FFA. In second is Henley Ballinger of Erath County 4-H. Third place goes to Audrey Ratliff of Runnels County 4-H. Fourth place, Braden Parsons of Victoria County 4-H. In fifth was Killian Graw of Walker County 4-H. And sixth place is Cassidy Albright of Falls County 4-H. Now moving in the ring, it's Class 8 in our Red Angus show. These are heifers that were born September and October of 2014. Class 10 Red Angus, Class 10 Red Angus, we need you to the staging area. Class 10 Red Angus, we need you to staging. Red Angus heifer exhibitors, classes 13, 14, and 15. This is your first call. Red Angus classes 13, 14, and 15. This is your first call.
Going to keep them in the same order they came in. Gentleman's going to win this class with what I think is the most attractive one. Really neat up to her neck and feminine. Like the length of the body she has. Still adequate in terms of her dimension. Like the condition she's presented in here today. I think she has that advantage over the one in second. One in second is certainly a big-bodied one that's thick and dimensional when you get them behind her. Just a little crestier neck, deeper chested. Just a little coarser fronted, I guess, more so than I probably prefer. But I sure love her body and her mass, and I think that's why it's close up there. Young Lady's Heifer here in third is one that, gives up the power and the mass easily to that one in second. Probably not quite as good looking as that one that wins the class, but I think she's still a female that has enough look about her, got enough body to go ahead and get around the one here in fourth. One in fourth, certainly clean made and almost to her undoing. I wish she was just a little fleshier here today, just concerned just for being just a little harder to maintain. Certainly she's one that needs a notch more natural body and dimension here today.
Thank you, Dr. Scheich. Results from class number 8 in our Red Angus show. First place goes to Wesley Walker of Liberty County 4-H. In second place is Wade St. John of Callisburg FFA. Third place, Casey Rutledge of Burnett County 4-H. And fourth place, Emory Washington of Bel Air FFA. Got a single entry in class number 9. This is a female born July of 2014. Red Angus, final call, class 10. Final call, class 10, Red Angus.
Got a nice single entry female here, one that's bold bodied and good in terms of her dimension. I like the condition she's in here for one that's getting a little further along in age and gestation. I think still got her pretty fresh. Nice kind of female, certainly could have handled some competition.
And first place out of class number 9 goes to Abby Ivy of Bangs FFA. Now ready for class number 10 in a Red Angus show. These are heifers that were born in May and June of 2014.
Another single entry here, and another nice female, big-bodied, dimensional one again that just looks like a brood cow out here. Appreciate the condition this one's in as well. I think there's some similarities between her and the previous class winner. It'll be fun to get these back out here for division.
And your blue ribbon out of class 10 goes to Colton Barton of Williamson County 4-H. We'll get her checked out in the back, and then we'll lead those class winners back in, and Dr. Scheich will select the junior division champions. Red Angus exhibitors, classes 13, 14, and 15, please make your way to staging. Red Angus exhibitors, classes 13, 14, and 15, please make your way to staging. Attention in the barn, Shorthorn exhibitors. Shorthorn exhibitors will be calling for you shortly. Shorthorn exhibitors will be calling for you shortly.
We get out here for division. I'll make just a couple comments on each of these because I think it's a little challenging out here. Just kind of a fall-free basic one that doesn't wow you in any one area out of this first class. And I guess because of the fact that she doesn't have any problems, she probably keeps growing on me. Just a good, complete, functional kind of female. The one out of the second class is one that's got a couple pieces I like as well as anything. Really got an attractive, neat neck on her, but she's just not quite right in the shoulder to her fore rib, and I keep coming back to that. And maybe just a little different off her hind leg. I like the condition she's presented in here. When he gets her stuck, she can sure give you a nice look, an attractive one, no doubt. Heifer out of the third is a big-bodied, thick one. It gets a little piece here, right in behind her shoulder, a little rounder out of her hip. And I think that the same holds true, maybe even gets a notch worse when we get her out on the move. Just needs to stay a little more collected in her top line. One out of the fourth is another big-bodied, dimensional one, and she does stay a little more collected. She's better in her top line, good out through her hip. And I think, for the kind of mass and substance she has, she still has enough functionality to go with it. So, again, there's sure some different types and kinds out here. I'll get you a champion reserve.
Ladies and gentlemen, your champion junior heifer in the Red Angus show comes out of class number 10, exhibited by Colton Barton of Williamson County 4-H. And your reserve champion in the junior division of the Red Angus Show comes out of Class 7, exhibited by Will Shaw of Ryder FFA. Congratulations to our division champions. Now moving into the ring is Class 13 in a Red Angus. These are heifers that were born March and April of 2014.
Young lady in green is going to win this class. Really a broody, cowy one that's big-bodied. And yet, I think where she really excels the one in second is probably just in terms of her balance. Part of that's because of the way she's put together there through her shoulder, but also out through her hip. Now, she's still a little open in her shoulder, and that's where I'd pick on that one. I'd still want to tidy everything up there and make her just a little neater there. I think she gets out and moves out of that front end pretty good considering how she's built there. Heifer that comes in second, nicely presented. Young lady does a good job with her. Just gets a little off on her hip. Wants to fall out in that chest a little bit. Just doesn't blend together there quite as good. Doesn't have just the overwhelming mass that we have there. She still has a decided advantage in terms of mass compared to the one here in third. Heifer in third is probably in just a little cleaner condition. I can appreciate that about her, but she gets overpowered here. Just doesn't have the dimension, the substance of those two cattle ahead of her.
Results of class number 13 in the Red Angus Show. First place goes to Maggie McCarthy of Walker County 4-H. Second place is J.C. Heesky of Liberty County 4-H. And third place is Jenna LeBlanc of East Bernard FFA. Moving into the ring is class 14. These are females that were born January and February of 2014. Attention Red Angus exhibitors. If we could get our calf division winners back to the staging area. Red Angus calf division champion, reserve champion, if we could get you back to the staging area, please. Attention Shorthorn exhibitors. Shorthorn exhibitors. All entries in classes 1, 2, 3, and 4. You can start making your way to staging. Shorthorn exhibitors, classes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Please start making your way to the staging area.
I like this pair to start, and then after that, I think it gets a little close. Good cow here. She's got some body, some dimensions, some substance to her. I think a nice enough udder there. Got a big, good, strong calf at side. Calved ahead of her second birthday, and looks good, keeping her flesh, and obviously raising a nice calf there at side. It gets a little closer after that, some give and take, but I think this pair follows in. This cow maybe isn't just the most attractive up there and way the top of her shoulder and her shoulder and her chest blend in there, but I think you get past that and it's a good bodied dimensional cow, and she also has a good calf at side. And once again, calved there ahead of her second birthday. I like some things about this one. I thought about putting this one second. She's carrying a little more condition than she needs to be, and obviously still just a little bit off here from Calvin, not that far, but didn't get it done there by that second birthday. I think you could sure argue this one into second. I just like to freshen her up. Love to see her with that calf on side because I think that would freshen her up just a bit. Young man that's next does a good job getting that one stuck, and I can get to liking her here at the stand. When she goes out on the move, though, I think she comes apart a little bit right in behind her shoulder, doesn't handle her hind leg quite as good. The two young people over there in purple, that cow's just a little harsh here in her body. She's milked herself down a little bit. Going to have to start giving her a little extra supplement. Make sure we get that one bred back here. She's a little piecey in there behind her shoulder. But the biggest thing I worry about her is just if we're going to keep enough flesh on her to get her bred back. Like to refine her teats a little bit. I like the calf at side. I think calf is actually pretty darn good. So you got that one bred right, but I think calf sure got the potential to outperform mama there. Then we round out with one that doesn't look very far along, if at all, here, and that throws her off just a bit. But young lady's doing a nice job with her. That heifer's just a little too straight up through her shoulder, and like I said, looks a little out of balance, just not far enough along in calf.
Results from class number 14 in the Red Angus Show. First place goes to Dana Jones of San Jacinto County 4-H. Second place is Carson Ballinger of Erath County 4-H. Third place, Brennan Gibbs, Tom Green County 4-H. In fourth place is Colin Sanders of Academy FFA. Fifth place is Cole Nichols of Mount Enterprise FFA. And sixth place is Jesse Smith of Rivercrest FFA. We've got a single entry in class number 15. This female was born September of 2013.
A single entry here, September, that's got a September calf at side. Nice calf. Calf's really got a lot of performance and mass and dimension. Just in thinking about what she's going to wean off in terms of percent of her body weight's pretty impressive. Nice enough udder. I'd like to change her teats a little bit in terms of making them a little more uniform in their size. Young lady says she's got the cow bred back, so she's doing her job here, and again, for a moderate little cow there, she's got a big old calf at side. So congratulations there, nice pair.
Your class winner out of class 15 goes to Carly Smith of Shepherd FFA. In just a moment, we'll bring back the class winners of the last three classes, and our judge will select the senior division champions. And then we'll follow that up with the selection of the grand champion, Red Angus Heifer. Shorthorn exhibitors, we need classes 1, 2, 3, and 4 to staging. Shorthorn exhibitors, we need classes 1, 2, 3, and 4 to staging. Couple of reminders again for all of our heifer exhibitors. We need you to bring your registration papers to the show ring, and no grooming materials are allowed. It's blow and go, and bring your registration papers with you to the show ring.
Here in senior division, Red Angus got nice class winners. To me, there's one that probably just separates in terms of just being a big-bodied, massive one that still can get out and handle herself pretty good. It's going to get a little closer for reserve. I think that there's some give and take. I know I talked about these cattle quite a bit in class, and you know, when you're studying these pairs too, there's obviously differences in the cow in terms of phenotype, differences in udder on that cow, and then differences in these calves. And so quite a few things there that you're taking into consideration. I'll go out and show you who I like, Champion Reserve.
Ladies and gentlemen, your senior champion heifer comes out of class number 13, exhibited by Maggie McCarthy of Walker County 4-H. And your reserve senior champion heifer comes out of class number 14, exhibited by Dana Jones of San Jacinto County 4-H. Congratulations to our senior division champions. Now line up our division winners, and Dr. Scheich will select our grand champion Red Angus heifer.
Let's put our hands together, congratulate these Red Angus exhibitors. Nice set of cattle here, and again, there's some variation in kind within this breed, just like others. Some of them still are maybe what some would call a little more traditional, and then there's some that, you know, maybe are a little further out there, whether that's from just a look standpoint, or we got a couple that are pretty far out there in terms of stoutness and power, and I think it's good to have a little diversity within the breed and some differences in kind. I think get the division champions out here, though, and they're all cattle that have some functionality to them, have enough body, have enough soundness. To me, there's one, though, that just does it quite a bit fancier look and gets out and goes sure good. I'll go out and select her as champion, be a little closer probably for reserve.
Ladies and gentlemen, your grand champion Red Angus heifer comes out of the calf division, exhibited by Riley Hall of Waller FFA. And your reserve champion, Red Angus heifer, also comes out of the calf division, exhibited by Bryce McCutcheon of Caney Creek FFA. Congratulations to the exhibitors of our champion Red Angus heifers. Now moving into the shorthorn breed, and this is class 1 of our shorthorns. Heifers that were born on or after April 1st, 2015. Shorthorn exhibitors, we need all entries in classes 2, 3, and 4 to staging. 2, 3, and 4, we need you in staging immediately.
Get started here in the shorthorns. I understand there's maybe not a great deal of these here, but I think we sure got a nice one to start off this first class. A balanced, attractive, good built one here. Gets out and moves nice. Just a complete heifer wins this pretty quickly for me. The white heifer here still got some things you got to appreciate, some performance, some body. She's a little awkward in how she's put together here, and I think exhibitor and heifer are still trying to kind of get together here in terms of getting this one presented to the best of her ability, but you get her out and you get her on the move, and she wants to kind of recollect herself just a bit more. She still needs to balance up a notch better. Young lady's heifer that's in the third spot here is one that maybe is just a little more attractive. She certainly does a good job getting her stuck, but that one needs more just center rib. She gets a little shallower and tubular in her rib and maybe wants to get a little tight in those rear ankles.
Results from class number 1 of our shorthorn show. First place goes to Dakota Dunn of Terrell FFA. And second is Cotton Campbell of Shackelford County at 4-H. And third place is Abby Battles of Bel Air FFA. Moving into the ring now is Class 2. These are heifers that were born in March of 2015. Attention Shorthorn exhibitors, we need all heifers in class 3 and 4 to staging immediately. We don't have very many, a lot of 2 head and 3 head per class, so we're going to move through them pretty quick. So Shorthorn heifer exhibitors, classes 2, 3, and 4, or 3 and 4, we need you in staging immediately.
Gonna start out with the young man's red heifer here at the stand. She's just a little more collected, and you know, just the way she's put together down her top line out through her hip. Not to mention she's just the longer-bodied heifer that has a notch more performance and power to her. Young man's white heifer here that's in second. It's a moderate female. It's got some depth of rib, and I appreciate that about her. She wants to get a little shorter and steeper out of her hip. Maybe just throws her off in terms of balance from the side.
Results from class number 2, Shorthorns. First place goes to Kirby Cummings of Bel Air FFA. In second place was Graham Spooner of Parker County 4-H. Ready for class number 3, Shorthorn. Class 3 Shorthorn, heifers born February of 2015. Shorthorn exhibitors, we need all entries in classes 4, 7, and 8 to make their way to staging. 4, 7, and 8, we need you in staging.
Going to use the young ladies heifer to lead off this class, and I think it's a relatively close placing just because she gives up some performance and some depth of rib to the one in second. But I like her look, I like her kind, I like her correctness. She's got a good hip and hind leg in her. Just a little green still, needs the body down just to be a definitive class winner in my opinion, but I sure like the way she's put together. Roan female does have a notch more depth of rib. It gives you a little easier flesh and look, and I sure appreciate that about her. She gets a little out of balance for me, just where her chest is relative to her flank. Maybe could change that hip and hind leg just ever so slightly, but good pair of females.
Results from class number 3 in our Shorthorn show. First place goes to Ashton Wall of Angleton FFA. And second is Grayson Harth of Idalou FFA. Now ready for class number 4 Shorthorns. These will be heifers that were born in January of 2015. Class 4 Shorthorns. Let's lead them in the ring. Class 4 Shorthorns. Attention Shorthorn exhibitors. We need classes 7, 8, 9, and 10 to staging. Shorthorn exhibitors, class 7, 8, 9, and 10 to staging.
Going to start with the young ladies heifer here, one that just balances a notch better for me. I like her down her top line, out through her hip. I got some foot and some bone to her. You know, you could still lay her back on her shoulder just ever so slightly there, but we could say that about the second one as well. The dark red heifer here that's in second, moderate female that's got some body. Appreciate that about her. Just doesn't have that extra length, maybe just that extra style that I see in the first place heifer.
And results from class number 4 Shorthorns. First place goes to Brooke Hunter of Troop FFA. In second place is Case Hendricks of Princeton FFA. We'll get those heifers processed there in the back, and then we'll lead back the class winners, and our judge will select the calf division champion.
Get out here, first division of these shorthorn heifer calves, and there's some differences. This first heifer is really a balanced, eye-appealing female. Maybe doesn't have quite as much just pop and power as a couple others, but I sure love her look here from the side. Got a higher performing one here out of the second class, and appreciate that about her. Probably gets just a little coarser in her shoulder and a little piecier right in behind there. Female of the third class was one I said was attractive, and I like that about her, but she needs more body, and we said that there in class, and definitely get her out here, and that's going to be her limiting factor. Then the heifer out of the fourth class is one that's got some rib and got some dimension. She's not quite as attractive up front as some of the others, but I like her body. And gets out and moves pretty good as well. I'll go out and show you Champion Reserve.
Ladies and gentlemen, your champion heifer calf comes out of class number 1, exhibited by Dakota Dunn of Terrell FFA. And your reserve champion heifer calf comes out of class number 4, exhibited by Brooke Hunter of Troop FFA. Congratulations to our calf division champions. Now ready to move into class number 7 of our Shorthorn Show. These are going to be heifers that were born November and December of 2014. Attention Shorthorn exhibitors, this is your last call for classes 8, 9, and 10. Last call, classes 8, 9, and 10. Just a reminder again, we need all of our breed champions to have their pictures taken at the backdrop. We've got show photo by Katina, taking pictures today at the backdrop and in the show ring. You can go online at showphotobykatina.com to view those photos and purchase those photos. We need to have all of our breed champion photos completed prior to the Supreme Drive.
Sorry about that. Get a logical place to start here on this class with the roan heifer. I think in terms of performance and depth of body, she excels, but she's also the one that's the smoothest, most correct in her top line, gets out and moves the best of this class. 2 and 3 is close for me, and there's some give and take. I think when you get around in front of these cattle, behind them, see a little more natural width, see a little truer from just knee to ground and hock to ground in this red dirty roan female here. She's a little piecey from the side, I'll give you that. Maybe like to fix her in her loin, give her a notch more body, but I think just in terms of her natural width and trueness and that skeleton, when you take her to the ground to give her advantage. Because this roan one, times she wanted to get pretty close to her knee there and wants to get a little close behind as well. She's also a notch shorter out of her hip. Like I said, she is a little stronger right there in her loin, her top line probably, than that heifer right ahead of her.
Results from class number 7 in our Shorthorn show. First place goes to Ray Gresso of George Ranch FFA. In second is Justin Dibble of Huntsville FFA. And third place is Brandon Fox of Navasota FFA. Now ready for class 8. These are going to be heifers that were born in September and October of 2014.
Young man in the vest here is going to win this class. Nice heifer here. She's big body, she's stout, a lot of foot and bone, and yet she's the one that, with all that, still has an advantage in terms of balance and mobility in this class because there's some issues as we get further down the line in that regard. I think the heifer that's in second probably most resembles her in terms of just body and mass and performance. She's not as balanced. She's not as big bone probably. Gets just a little deeper chested there. I still think she has a balance advantage and particularly an angle to her shoulder advantage over the heifer in third. This heifer in third can give you some nice looks, super long down her spine there, a high performance type female, just too straight and rigid up through that shoulder. You can see it at the stand. She struggles to get out of that front end. Pretty moderate heifer here in four. She gives up a lot of size to the cattle ahead of her and to many of the cattle after her, but I thought she was just enough better in her kind and her structure to go ahead and land here in this fourth spot. Ideally, she would have just a notch more performance. I thought there was a balance and attractiveness advantage over the little guy here in blue. This guy's heifer here has got a lot of thickness and body, fleshing ability, definitely has an advantage over the dark red heifer that follows her. She gets straight in her shoulder, wants to kind of bunch up in her top, just needs to go better. Dark red heifer's attractive, but just too hard made for me. She's actually pretty sound. If she'll ever just body down, I think she could be all right, but you're going to have to get that one through the feed bunk and get her there pretty often. The one that comes next is a little more moderate, probably has a little more body, but a little shorter in terms of the way she's put together there and just throws her off in terms of balance. We get a couple efforts here that are pretty similar. Young man in blue and the little guy here. Those two cattle both want to drop their pins, get a little off in their balance from the side, and we round out with the one that just gets outperformed here, giving up quite a bit of weight per day of age.
Thank you for those comments, Dr. Scheich. Results from class number 8 in our Shorthorn show. First place goes to Trey Crawford of Midland County 4-H. Second place is Cole Winsky of Schulenburg FFA. Third place, Mary Janchek of Magnolia FFA. In fourth is Jesse Coker of Magnolia FFA. Fifth place is Connor McCartney of Troop FFA. In sixth is Natalie Vasquez of Brazoria County 4-H. Seventh place goes to Courtney Whiting of Kendall County 4-H. Eighth place is Hayden Chapman of Liberty FFA. In ninth is Morgan Brooks of Maypearl FFA. And 10th place went to Zachary Welty of Canyon Lake FFA. We now have class number 9 of our Shorthorn show in the ring. These are heifers that were born July and August of 2014.
Start with the young man's extra stout heifer here. She's really bold and big topped and a lot of dimension behind, a lot of bone too. Yeah, she handles it pretty good. I don't know if you need to be quite this stout, but for an ideal female. However, if one's built like that, sure have a place. I'm sure that young man gets that one mated right. That one can sure generate the kind to be competitive in the steer shows and in the breeding heifer shows if you go a little more maternal in terms of how you mate that one. Heifer that comes in second here is definitely a logical second for me. She's got some body, got some smoothness, a little more feminine, a little smoother, a little more refined than that first one, but she gives up some power, wants to drop those pins. Sure's got a body advantage over the white one. The white one's also got an attractive look, but gets just a little harder bodied. Maybe wants to be a little upright in that shoulder. Definitely gets a little straighter in her hock. And then round out the class here with this one being a little rambunctious here today. Oh, don't pull it off. There you go. Heifer that needs to be moderated in her frame and a notch more body.
Results from class number 9 of our Shorthorn Show. First place goes to Jake Stanbro, Van Zant County 4-H. Second place is Jordan Lewis of Trenton FFA. In third, Abigail Herber of Poth FFA. And fourth place is Bryce Payton of Maypearl FFA. Shorthorn exhibitors, we need all entries in classes 13, 14, and 15 to staging. All entries, classes 13, 14, and 15, we need you in staging. Now moving into the ring is class number 10 of our Shorthorn Show, a single entry with a heifer born May of 2014.
Single entry May heifer here, really moderate, big bodied one that's got some thickness, some dimension to her. Maybe you'd like to just clean her through her chest, lengthen her out through that front third to make her a notch more attractive, but I like the body shape and the dimension that she has.
And your class winner out of class number 10 goes to Clayton Rusky, Brazoria County 4-H. We'll get her processed there in the back, and then we'll bring back the class winners, and our judge will select the junior division champion.
This junior division's coming around to a stop here. To me, it comes down to the heifers out of the class 2 and 3 out of this division. And, you know, these are cattle here that got some body, got some dimension to them, got some stoutness. To me, there's one of them, though, that when you just study in terms of attractiveness, the way they're laid into her way she's laid into her shoulder, the way she gets out and moves out of her hip and hind leg, I think she sure has an advantage. And I'll go out and show you which one that is and get you a champion reserve.
Ladies and gentlemen, your junior division champion comes out of class number 8, exhibited by Trey Crawford of Midland County 4-H. And a reserve champion out of the junior division comes out of class 9, exhibited by Jake Stanbro of Van Zandt County 4-H. Congratulations to our junior division champions. Moving into the ring now is class number 13 in our Shorthorn Show. Single entry, heifer born March of 2014. Attention Simmental exhibitors. We're nearing the end of our Shorthorn Show. We'll be calling for those heifers in the first few classes shortly. Simmental exhibitors will be calling for you shortly.
Nice single entry here. You know, from the side, this one's really attractive. Got a little neck, ties high on her shoulder there. Nice in her lines. She's surprisingly stout when you get in behind her. You just wouldn't maybe expect her. I didn't expect to see that much mass and width there at her pins and natural dimension. Just because of how she's built from the side. Still gets out and moves pretty nice. Said she's going to calve any day here. You know, maybe could just see a little more udder dropping if that's the case. Those teats are just a little gathered there, but nice female, gets out and moves nice. Congratulations.
Winner of class number 13 is Ashley Simpson of Eastland FFA. Ready for class number 14 of our Shorthorn Show. These are going to be females born January and February of 2014.
Nice set of females here, and I realize with these January, February's kind of got to make a call here if you're going to try and have them calve there or if you're going to try and have them hold off so you can get through this spring show season. And I know that's a tough decision. Ideally, I would like to see them calve there as twos, but definitely some of these look pretty good here as heavy bred. I like this heifer that wins this class pretty handily, in my opinion. Really nice from the side and a tremendously stout, big-hipped heifer. Good body, gets out and moves really nice still, so I think that's a pretty impressive female. And second, I think we got a logical spot. That one just needs to be there, in my opinion. She doesn't have the eye peel to run with that class winner, but so good in her body still, and it just has an advantage there in balance, correctness over the one in third. A little gathered there in her teats. I'd like to change that just a bit. Heifer here that comes in third spot, maybe gives up just a little bit in terms of balance, but I thought the angle to her shoulder and the way she went off of both ends of her skeleton gave her the edge over the heifer here in the fourth spot. That one's got some length of body, length of neck, got enough dimension to her. She needs to be sounder both ends. I'd like to change the angle to her shoulder, change her hock, probably change just that head and jaw shape just a bit as well.
Results of class number 14 in our Shorthorn show. First place goes to McKinley Evans of Idalou FFA. In second is Ray Gresso of George Ranch FFA. Third place goes to Courtney Whiting of Kendall County 4-H. And fourth place, Clayton Rusky of Brazoria County 4-H. Moving into the ring now is class 15, a single entry, female born December of 2013. Attention Simmental exhibitors. Simmental exhibitors. Classes 1, 2, and 3, please make your way to staging. Simmental exhibitors. Classes 1, 2, and 3, we need you at staging.
Got a single entry pair here, and female's got a calf outside that I think a month old, and I actually think the calf's got some potential here. You know, the cow's just a little thinner than I'd like to see her, only 1 month into lactation here. Gonna have to get some supplement to this cow, make sure that we keep enough condition on her so we can get her bred back. I think the cow just naturally is maybe just a little shallower bodied, potentially a little harder to maintain, and I'm not sure where I'd like to change her, but I think you got her mated right because this calf sure looks like it's got the potential to outperform mama.
Taking first place in class number 15 is Bailey Fleming of Magnolia West FFA. We'll get the class winners lined up shortly, and our judge will select the senior division champion, and then we'll follow that up with selection of the champion Shorthorn heifer.
Get out here for senior champion. I commented on both of these first two classes. These females both being pretty good there in their respective classes, and I think there's some similarities. They're both really attractive from the side here. They're both, surprisingly stouter from behind than I guess I first imagined. To me, there's one of them that maybe just blends together a little neater and is extra good out on the move. And I think, again, a nice pair of heifers here. Not take away from our pair, but as I said in class there, that one's just a little thinner than I think ideally needs to be. Get them around there and parked again. I'll go select you a champion reserve senior shorthorn.
And champion senior female comes out of class number 14, exhibited by McKinley Evans of Idalou FFA. And reserve champion senior female comes out of class 13, exhibited by Ashley Simpson of Eastland FFA. Congratulations to our senior division winners. We'll bring them around and our judge will select a grand champion shorthorn heifer. Simmental exhibitors, we need classes 1, 2, and 3 at staging. Classes 1 through 3 to staging.
If you would, please, let's put our hands together. Congratulate these shorthorn exhibitors. Get these 3 division champions out here. I like that calf. I did in class and division there. I think that one's got a good future. Attractive, good made calf. Maybe there's a few that are a little stouter. That one will have to get enough oomph there in the end, but I think really a nice made, attractive one. Middle division, junior division, one that's got some body, some dimension to her. Probably not as fancy as the cattle on either side of her. Then just talked about the senior here. I think a female that combines a lot of look and correctness with still tremendous mass and dimension when you get in behind her. So with that, congratulations to these exhibitors. Select champion or reserve.
And your grand champion shorthorn heifer comes out of the senior division, exhibited by McKinley Evans of Idalou FFA. And a reserve champion shorthorn heifer also comes out of the senior division, exhibited by Ashley Simpson of Eastland FFA. Congratulations to our shorthorn champions. Once we get these few heifers moved out, we'll get started on our Simmental Heifer Show. March the gate back there. Attention Simmental exhibitors, we need classes, all entries in classes 3 and 4 to staging. Simmental exhibitors, we need classes 3 and 4 to staging. Heads up again, we got a loose heifer.
Going to use the red heifer to win this class. She just excels in terms of body and rib shape. Natural dimensions good in this one, yet she still balances nice. Good in her top line. I think reasonably good there when we get her out on the move. Everything just fits together pretty nice. I like the look in this black heifer here in second. She's a little tighter in her forerib, probably a notch straighter up to her shoulder. Just makes her a little more restricted as she goes there. But when she gets stopped, she can sure give you a look and some balance. I like her added attractiveness over the one here in third. This one in third's probably got a notch more body. I like the depth of rib, the fleshing ability. She wants to open through the point of her shoulder, gets a little off right in there behind her shoulder as she hooks into her spine. Probably a little off in her hip and hind leg then as well. Then we drop down here and give up some performance in this white face one. These two white face cattle here both have some structure things, and I know that they're younger, and so it's really more of a structure thing to me that sorts them than where they're at in terms of their body or their weight per day of age, because there's probably not a huge difference here. This one gets rounder out of her hip compared to those cattle up ahead of her, but I still think in terms of the way she holds her top line, she excels over the one going out the gate. One going out the gate there, just a little off and behind her shoulder, a little awkward in her hind leg. Then we round out the class with a lighter weight heifer that needs to be redesigned structurally, needs to be more relaxed in her top line, more correct on her feet and legs.
Results from class number 1 of our Simmental show. First place goes to Caden Tanner of Williamson County 4-H. The second place is Lindsey Crafton of Henrietta FFA. Third place is Trevor Thornton of Van Zant County 4-H. In fourth was Cutter Carnes of Dimmick County 4-H. The fifth place was Dylan Hempel of Victoria County 4-H. And sixth place was Cody Bishop of Victoria County 4-H. Now ready for class number 2 in our Simmental show. These are heifers that were born in March of 2015.
good class here, and all three of these heifers have some quality in them, no doubt. Young man's heifer I'm going to lead off with is one that's really attractive. I like her out on the move, and they were all kind of wanting to run. I know it's getting kind of that feeding time, and these cattle getting a little excited, but that one's built pretty nice in terms of being able to take a nice long step. I prefer her hind leg and the set and the travel of it over that one in second, even though it's probably not what I would call exactly perfect. I prefer it. She's still got a big hip, tremendously long body, kind of a female. Moderate, good ribbed one that's in second, and I love that about her. She's probably just a nickel straight in her shoulder, and then she's got a little set to her hind leg, which is fine. I don't mind the set to her hind leg. I just wish she'd use it just a little different, but I love the body shape and the dimension that she has. Not to take away from the one in third here, even though I think she's a pretty logical third in this set here. It's still a good heifer. She's long, she's attractive, built nice, just didn't have the body and the mass. That one in second place, or the look and probably length of step there, is the one that wins the class.
Thank you, Dr. Scheich. Results of class number 2 in our Simmental show. First place goes to Caden Tanner of Williamson County 4-H. Second place is Mackenzie Sheffield of Parker County 4-H. And third place is Allie Jordan of Comfort FFA. Ready for class number 3 in our Simmental show. These are heifers that were born in February of 2015. Reminder to all of our breed champions today, we will have a Supreme Heifer Drive approximately 20 minutes after the completion of the ORB show. So we will have a Supreme Heifer Drive approximately 20 minutes after the completion of the ORB show.
Oh, they bought their own? Yeah.
It's a close pair here, and I was back and forth between these two. I like them both quite a bit. To me, the young lady's heifer here today, I guess just a little more ready, if you will. That doesn't always mean that's the best thing for the long haul, but I think that she's sure one that can maintain that kind of body shape. I like the depth of rib, the boldness she has, and she still gets out and goes pretty good for that. I think the second heifer is the one that in the long haul is going to stay a little more right in her skeleton. Or at least that's how I read her here today. Now, she's a little awkward in that hind leg, but I like the way her shoulder angle and the front leg sets in her. Now, she's just not quite as far along in her body and her mass right now as that first one, but I think that one could be a pretty good-looking one in the end that can handle some weight and some mass and still be good on her feet and legs. That's a good pair of heifers. You could do them either way. I think this one just falls third. She's attractive, got a nice look, doesn't have the body or the performance to run with those first two. I like her balance correctness over the one and fourth here. This one's long-bodied, high-performing, but gets a little off in her top line there, gets a little rigid in her hock, wants to knuckle up on those pasterns. She's a little more attractive than the heifer that rounds out the class. This one's big-bodied, easy fleshing, but too cresty-necked and a little too short and chuffy-fronted for me.
Results of class number 3 in our Simmental show. First place goes to Mackenzie Sheffield of Parker County 4-H. Second place is Ethan Wood of Joaquin FFA. In third place is Brian Lee Sadler of Aledo FFA. Fourth place is Kaylee Lenormand of Liberty FFA. And fifth place was Morgan Smith of Rivercrest FFA. Moving into the ring is class number 4 of our Simmental show. These are heifers that were born in January of 2015. Simmental exhibitors, can we get classes 8 and 9 to staging? Simmental exhibitors, can we get classes 8 and 9 to staging?
pair of heifers that come to the top here that are deep-bodied and bold and got some performance to them. Yet the red heifer's the one that's more correct in the angle to her shoulder, allows her to just be more attractive, more balanced when we get them out on the move. To me, that's really what separates these two heifers because they're very similar in terms of body and mass and dimension, just like the angulation, the look up front in that red one. And we get into some cattle here that there's some give and take. I think when they get them stopped, the white-faced heifer here in third is one that matches in terms of body and mass and performance as well as anything. She needs to go better when we get her out on the move. She's just a little too short-stepping. Need to change the angles, get her more comfortable out here. Red white-faced heifer that comes next is one that it doesn't have quite as much performance as those cattle up ahead. Gets a little out of balance as well, just a little more leather up front there, and then gets a little more rigid in her hock. I still think that she's got more natural body shape and stays better in her top line than the white strip-faced heifer here that closes the class. This one, when she stops, looks a little better than when she's moving, even though she needs more body. Problem is when we get her out on motion, she wants to broach up at her top, just doesn't stay as relaxed and as comfortable as I'd like to see.
Results from class number 4 in a Simmental show. First place goes to Garrett Richardson of Cold Spring FFA. In second is Camden Crisp of Cook County 4-H. Third place, Allison Willifby of Cameron Yo FFA. In fourth, Justin Groff of Washington County 4-H. And fifth place, Courtney Whiting of Kendall County 4-H. As soon as they process those class winners in the back of the arena, we'll lead around all of our class winners from the first 4 classes, and Dr. Scheich will select the CAF division champions.
This nice set of Simmental heifer calves, and I think all 4 of these class winners are good, and I really like the second places for the most part as well. And I think it's probably, you know, kind of a toss-up, I guess, depending on which kind you like out here. I could sure justify them a couple different ways. Each one of these is pretty good. Probably needs to be a little better in a spot or two to just be a home run winner. Red heifer's really big-hipped and bold-sprung. Probably with that comes just a notch more shoulder. I think she gets out and moves pretty good, though, for one that's that stout and powerful. I like the one out of the second class, probably better moving than I do standing, and it takes special cattle to be that way. I think that she's probably got a really good pose in her here. She doesn't always just stamp it there at the stand. That's probably as good as you've got her stuck right there, bud. I'd leave her right like that. But I really like that one when she gets out on the move and gets to going, stays put together really nice. Heifer out of this third class is good-bodied and stout. You know, you could lengthen her up through that neck and lay her in through that shoulder just a bit, but that's getting picky. Good-bodied one. That red heifer out of the next one, another good body, good hip and hind leg in her. Even though I said that it was just the way she was made up front that I thought got her to win the class, I'd still like to tuck her in a little neater through that shoulder in her own right there. Good seconds. I'll go out and get you a champion out of these. We'll pull that second up, take another look, and get a reserve.
Ladies and gentlemen, your heifer calf champion comes out of class number 2, exhibited by Caden Tanner of Williamson County 4-H. And a reserve heifer calf champion comes out of class number 3, exhibited by Mackenzie Sheffield of Parker County 4-H. Congratulations to our calf division champions. Moving into the junior division, we have no entries in class 7, so we'll move directly into class number 8. And these will be heifers that were born in September and October of 2014.
Got an easy place to start here. Young man's heifer, really good-bodied one that's extra stout, big foot, a lot of substance of bone, yet she balances as well as anything in class here. Like I said, logical place to start. Heifer that's in second, I think, again, is here in kind of a logical spot, in my opinion. She doesn't have near enough body to really contend for first, and I think she's quite a bit more correct. So it's, again, than the one in third, so she can't go any lower. I would like to just fix her right in behind her shoulder a little bit, in addition to dropping her in terms of her depth of rib. I think 3 and 4 is the close placing in class, and there's some give and take between these two. I think this one in third probably toes just a little truer up front there. May have a notch more rib shape and dimension when you get behind her, even though she's shallower bodied. I think there's probably a little more just natural turn and spread there. Both these heifers need to go a little better. This one's probably a little bigger footed, and like I said, a little deeper bodied. Wants to get a little turned out up front there, pinched in her fore rib, and a little flat when you get him behind her.
Results of class number 8 in our Simmental show. First place goes to Ethan Wood of Joaquin FFA. In second place is Weston Hinsey of Washington County 4-H. Third place is Allie Jordan of Comfort FFA. And fourth place is Dana Willis of Rains County 4-H. Now ready for class number 9. These are heifers that are born July and August of 2014. We need all remaining Simmental heifers to the staging area. All remaining Simmental heifers to the staging area. Class 13, 14, and 15.
Got a nice female to lead off this class. Just a moderate, balanced, complete one. Love the body. Really like the structural correctness and freshness that this one has. Good female. Heifer that comes in second here, white-faced one. Got some body, some dimension to her. maybe not just quite as comfortable as attractive out here as that one that wins the class. Looks like she's going to calve here, not too far off timeline-wise. A little gathered in her teats, like to fix that a bit. The young lady's heifer in third, like to just fix her up on her feet and legs a bit. Those front toes are wanting to turn out. She wants to come apart in there behind her shoulder, and then she gets a little awkward in how she goes off that hind leg.
Results of class number 9 in our Simmental show. First place goes to Ethan Wood of Joaquin FFA. In second is Mark Stark of Comanche FFA. And third place goes to Rebecca Harmon of Quinlan FFA. We have no entries in class number 10, so as soon as they get those heifers processed, we'll bring back the class winners from the previous 2 classes, and our judge will select the junior division champion. Simmental exhibitors, we need all heifers in classes 13, 14, and 15 to staging. Simmental's class 13, 14, and 15 to staging. ORB exhibitors will be calling for you shortly.
Two class winners here that are similar. I think they're owned by the same exhibitor. Cattle that got just a balanced look about them. They're good bodied. They get out and they move nice. There's just some subtle differences between them, and kind of depends which angle you're looking at. I think the one out of the first class here is probably just a little longer, maybe a little neater up through that neck. I love the length of hip that she has. Love the rib shape and dimension of the one here in second. Two nice heifers here. Not take away from our seconds, but really to me it comes down to the two class winners.
Ladies and gentlemen, your champion junior heifer comes out of class number 8, exhibited by Ethan Wood of Joaquin FFA, and your reserve junior reserve junior division champion comes out of class 9, also exhibited by Ethan Wood of Joaquin FFA. All right, we'll move into our senior division of our Simmental show with class number 13. These are going to be females that were born March through and April of 2014.
I'm so happy.
Last call, class 13 Simmental. They're moving into the show ring. Let's bring them in.
I sure like this female that wins this class. Really a powerful, long-bodied, high-performing kind, good in her rib, yet she's the balance correct one. You know, there's a lot of cow there, but boy, she can get out and move, handles it nice, got a nice udder coming here, and just a good kind of female. I think it's a little bit closer, maybe 2 and 3, but yet I'm pretty comfortable with this heifer here in second. Because although she's a little straight in her shoulder, wants to come apart right in behind her shoulder, I still like her rib shape, like her dimension. Young lady gets her stuck there, and she can give you some look, some eye appeal there. Gonna have to be better right in behind her shoulder and better out on the move to be able to run with that one that wins the class. Red heifer here is one that gets just a little crestier necked, and I'd like to change that about her. I don't know if she's just quite as stout as that one right ahead of her, but she's certainly more correct in her top line out through her hip than the black and white one. Black and white one young man's got there. You know, she just wants to drop on her pins there and get a little rigid in her hock, kind of tuck them hind legs up underneath of her, gets a little more fragile as you take her to the ground.
Results of class number 13 in our Simmental show. First place goes to Brianna Warren, Brazos County 4-H. The second place is Madison Culpepper of Gonzales County 4-H. In third is Cameron Hine of Sealy FFA. And fourth place went to Owen Stoddard of Brazoria County 4-H. Moving into the ring is class 14 in our Simmental show, a single entry, female born January of 2014.
Single entry here. I like this cow. She got a really nice udder on her, and she's feminine and attractive. Just a couple-week-old calf here, but calf sure looks to be pretty nice as well. She's doing a great job here, just getting started, but you know, she still holds herself together nice, can get out and go. Nice kind of a female.
First place out of class number 14 goes to Maggie Borshausen, Washington County 4-H. Ready for class 15. These are females that were born September through December of 2013. ORB exhibitors, we need all entries, class 1 and 2, to make their way to staging. ORB, class 1 and 2, please make your way to staging.
kind of a tough class here because there's a lot of moving parts in this one. I'm going to start off with the gentleman up here with this pair, guy in the hat there. I like that cow. I think that cow's probably, has quite a few advantages over the other two. She's good bodied. She's still got some balance, an eye appeal about her. Big old bag. I'd maybe like to just change the attachment there just a little bit on that. That's almost a little too much here, I think, on this young cow. That calf's a nice enough calf. I'd change his hind leg a little bit. He's not the best calf out here. The best calf out here is the one right here. I like this heifer calf. That's a good calf. Mama's doing a great job with that calf there. She's really good body, good hipped and everything. And again, you got her mated right because I like the calf better than the cow. And that should be the goal, to try and generate better next generation. And the cow's fine. She's just maybe not quite as attractive as that lead cow there. I'd like to refine her in her teats, but I think you got good prospects ahead there with that calf aside. Cow then that rounds out the class is still a good enough cow, no doubt. Maybe, again, just doesn't have quite the look and the eye appeal of that first one. I'd change her teat placement there a little bit. Got a younger calf here, so it's a little hard to tell just where he's going to be, but I don't think he's got quite the prospects as that one right ahead of him. But three nice pairs.
Results from Class 15 in our Simmental show. First place goes to Waylon Hensey of Washington County 4-H. In second is Braxton Cassell of Troop FFA. And third place went to Frederick Henderson of Rockdale FFA. They'll get those heifers processed there in the back, and then we'll bring back the class winners in our senior division, and Dr. Scheich will select our senior division champions. ORB exhibitors Class 1 and 2, please make your way to staging. ORB Class 1 and 2, please make your way to staging.
Get out here for champion senior division, and three nice class winners. I like this young lady's one up front here. This is a power cow, big bodied, stout hip, got a good foot and big hind leg on her. Yes, she still uses it pretty nice. If you're gonna pick on her, you lay her in through her shoulder just a little neater, but she sure got plenty back there behind that. Young female here out of the second class, just got a little baby calf here at side, but she's doing a nice job, like her udder, like her teat size. Not an overpowering cow, but a nice cow. Then out of the third class here, I do like that cow quite a bit, good-bodied one. I'd change her udder just a little bit in terms of attachment and teat placement. And I think that the calf's just okay. I guess I like the cow better than I do the calf. And you know, that's kind of that trade-offs back and forth here. I think there's one that's a logical winner, and then we'll have to do a little studying for reserve.
Ladies and gentlemen, your champion senior heifer of our Simmental show comes out of class number 13, exhibited by Brianna Warren of Brazos County 4-H. And a reserve champion in the senior division comes out of class number 14, exhibited by Maggie Buershausen of Washington County 4-H. Congratulations to our senior division champions. We'll bring back all of our division winners, and Dr. Scheich will select the champion Simmental heifer.
If you would, please, let's put our hands together, congratulate these Simmental exhibitors on a nice show. Pleased with these champions and reserves. You know, that calf division, I thought there were 6 or 8 heifer calves in there. They're all pretty good. I didn't think there was one that just blew it away, and time will tell on you know, which one really is the best. This heifer here is really long-bodied, long-hipped, and she can get out and go pretty good. At times when she stops, I'd like to just see that shoulder forerib blend together a little nicer. Junior division champion, just a fault-free kind. It's good-bodied. She gets out and moves nice. She's feminine. You know, she's maybe a little plainer at times in her makeup, not just overpowering and as maybe another one in here, but that's just a good basic kind of female. I already talked about the senior, or just got done talking about the senior in terms of being one that's really powerful, tremendously long-bodied for the kind of rib shape and dimension she has. I think she still uses that hind leg really nice. You could lay her in through that shoulder just a bit if you want to pick on her. That's where I'd make her better. But again, nice set out here. I'll get out and get you a champion reserve.
And your grand champion Simmental heifer comes out of the senior division, exhibited by Brianna Warren of Brazos County 4-H. And a reserve champion, Simmental Heifer, comes out of the junior division, exhibited by Ethan Wood of Joaquin FFA. Congratulations to our exhibitors of our champion Simmental Heifers. That concludes our Simmental show, and we'll move into our final breed of the day, the ORBs. Class 1, ORBs moving into the ring. These are going to be heifers that were born on or after April 1st of 2015. ORB exhibitors, we need Class 2 in staging. Also, first call for Class 3 and 4. Class 3 and 4 ORB, this is your first call.
Nice class to get started off here in the ORBs, and got a pair of heifers here that surface to the top that I think are good kind of cattle. There's some give and take between them. Heifer I'm going to lead off with. Boy, you study the front third of this one. That's where she gets the advantage. Really got a long, neat neck on her, ties into the top of her shoulder right. She's flatter in her shoulder, and she's better down through that chest as well. Yet she's still got a big hip. Obviously, this one's extra stout, but it's not like we're giving up a ton of dimension here, and that one's just pretty correct on her feet and legs to go with it. Reads with some future, reads like she's going to keep on going. We got a lot of differences in this class in terms of maturity patterns, no doubt. I do like the young lady's heifer here in second in terms of being a great-bodied one with really big top and hip, yet a tremendous hind leg for the kind of mass that she has. Wants to be just a little more open through her shoulder, a little shorter neck there, and that's where that first one gets around her. We get a little bigger here, maybe for some a little bigger than we need to be, but I think there's certainly plenty in here that aren't big enough, in my opinion. This one is still, for a big one, blends together really nice. She's correct, got a nice enough look about her for sure. We could just tone her down a notch. I love the body, the softness of this heifer that comes next, but with that, she's pretty plain up through that neck, and you get around behind her, and actually, for as deep-bodied as she is, she's not overly powerful in terms of dimension. Read her just a little flatter there, but I love the rib, the softness, a heifer that gets out and moves nice. Certainly has a better hind leg than the white-footed one over there. That's what gets that white swish, white-footed heifer in trouble. Hind leg's just not good enough. She's got a great look from the side, and I love that one's balance and good body, and she's stout enough. She just needs to go better off that rear leg to be able to get up there and contend with those top few. If she had a better hind leg, she could get up there and play with those first two. A moderate, shorter-bodied one that comes next. I like to just lengthen her out. The black and white one that comes next, I like this heifer at the stand. When she goes, she's a little too tentative in her step. Black heifer there just needs more flank. She gets out of balance because she's just not deep enough really anywhere, but she particularly cuts up there through her flank. Love the length, the spine, the correctness of her top line. She's better out through her hip than the red heifer that follows her. That red heifer does have more body, and I think that's what made that kind of close for me. I don't care for her as well out of her hip. She wants to drop those pins. She doesn't use her hind leg as well. Roan heifer's one that's good standing. When she goes, you can see that not only she kind of cave in her lower body, but she too needs to be a little better in terms of her feet and legs. She wants to roach up in her spine. Getting to some cattle here then that need to be more correct, feet and legs. Young lady in the pink blazer there, that one wants to get tucked up in her flank and shallower bodied as well. We get into some cattle here that, again, just don't get around, don't have the mobility, the structural correctness for me to really project them out into the kind of cattle that they need to be as they mature. Then we round out with one that's extra stout and powerful, just too quick, too short-bodied for me.
Thank you for those comments, Dr. Scheich. Results from class number 1 in our ORB show. First place goes to Jake Heyman of Harris County 4-H. Second place is Carly Rayfield of Brazos County 4-H. Third place, Sarah Beth Britton of Mount Enterprise FFA. In fourth is Olivia Yoner of Caney Creek FFA. Fifth place, Zane Heyman of LaPorte FFA. In sixth was Alexis Hargrove of Hill County 4-H. Seventh place, Shay Rimple of Henderson County 4-H. Eighth place, Allie Jordan of Comfort FFA. Ninth place, Madison Ralston of Detroit FFA. And 10th place, Jordan Lewis of Trenton FFA. Moving into the ring is Class 2 of our ORB show. These are heifers that were born March of 2015. Attention ORB exhibitors, we need entries in Class 4 to staging. ORB exhibitors, we need entries in Class 4 to staging.
Interesting class here, maybe just a little more to sort, not quite those combination cattle, if you will, yet I think these two heifers here still have some usefulness to them, got some body. I think this one, when they're stopped, is just a notch more attractive. They both need to be tweaked just a little bit in terms of structure. I'd lay this one's shoulder back just ever so slightly. I give her a slight advantage on her rear leg. She's definitely a little bigger footed, heavier bone kind of a female. Love the depth of rib and the broodiness of this heifer here in second. She's got a little chest, a little crestier kind of a neck there. Like to see her get out and take just a little bigger step off that rear leg as well. Heifer in third's one that's attractive. She's refined and feminine, but with that, I read her a little shallower and tighter in her forerib. Just doesn't have quite the body and the mass. She's enough more correct, though, in how she handles her top line and how level she stays from hooks to pins than the heifer that comes next, that I leave her there. Because this one, the young lady does have more body, does have a little more dimension. She's just not good enough on her hip and hind leg to get any higher here today. When she gets stopped and gets put together, you can get to liking her a little bit, and then she gets in motion, and that just needs to be redesigned there. Young lady's heifer that's coming next, one that a little tipped up to her shoulder there, a little tighter in her forerib. She's probably a little better off her hip and hind leg than that one just ahead of her, but too pinched through that forerib. White heifer's one that gets straight in her shoulder and is a little extra set to her hind leg. I like her size and her maturity pattern better than the next one. This one's just a little too quick for me. She's got some rib and some thickness, kind of shuffles along though, and just for a female, I think she needs to be a notch bigger, or a couple notches bigger, if you will. Heifer then that rounds out the class, red female, has more length of body than a heifer ahead of her, but she's shallower, narrower when you get in behind her, and then to go along with that, she still needs to be better off of those feet and legs.
Results from class number 2 of our ORB show. First place goes to Christopher Roman of Bastrop County 4-H. In second, Joseph Nino of Hayes County 4-H. Third place, Hayden Ashhorn of Washington County 4-H. Fourth place, Olivia Yoner of Caney Creek FFA. Fifth place, Andy Willis of Lamar County 4-H. In sixth is Cody Herron of Brenham FFA. Seventh place, Taylor Bowen of Bear County 4-H. And eighth place, Madison Nash of Harris County 4-H. Moving into the ring is class number 3. These are heifers that were born in February of 2015. Class 4 ORB, we need you in staging. You're going in the ring next. Class 4 ORB.
Some give and take in this class for sure. Young ladies black heifer I'm going to start off with is one that to combine some performance, length of body, depth of rib. She gets a little piecier than I guess I wish that she did. I like to fix her right in there behind her shoulder, just ever so slightly. And then when she goes away, she wants to pull those hocks in a notch more than I'd prefer. But boy, there's some times when she can give you some great looks and she can get out and take a long enough step here from the side. It's just not as attractive from behind as I guess I'd prefer. I like the red heifer in terms of her body, a female that's got good depth and spring to her rib. She gets just a little shorter, quicker, maybe wants to pinch down in that loin just a bit, but sure like the width and trueness when you get right in behind her. Study that heifer going away. There's an attractive one here that I thought about at times maybe even starting with this heifer, but you know, she doesn't have the mass of those first two, and she's a little straight in her hock, just doesn't get off that hind leg quite as good. Definitely a good-looking, balanced heifer, and I prefer her correctness and eye appeal over the heifer then that rounds out the class. Here's a long-bodied one that's got some upper hip to her, and you can appreciate that. She's just not very comfortable out here, wants to be a little too rigid up through her shoulder, and you watch her go away, and she gets those hind legs out just a little wider than her body, just uncoordinated as she goes.
Results from class number 3 in our ORB show. First place goes to Sarah Rimple of Henderson County 4-H. Second place, Cora Henderson of Detroit FFA. And third was Della Jasinski of Washington County 4-H. And fourth place was Brielle Warren of Brazos County 4-H. Now moving into the ring is class 4 of our ORB show. These are heifers that were born January of 2015. ORB Class 7, this is your first call. ORB Class 7, this is your first call. Class 7 ORB, we need you to staging. Class 7 ORBs, we need you in staging.
Got some nice cattle up towards the top here. Young man's heifer I'm going to start off with. She may be just a little more on the moderate side for this age and I would prefer, but I sure like her the best. I think she's one that is good in terms of her body shape and dimension. She's as sound as anything in this class here in terms of feet and legs, and I like that about her. And I just lengthen her out maybe, just give her a notch more punch in the end. And you know, for some people maybe she's perfect in terms of size. I think we have some in here that are definitely way too mature if you will, for this age, and I think she fits in here pretty nice. Sure like her body shape and her rib and the way that she's just put together over the one here in second. Even though this one in second's got the length of body advantage, and I like that. And just standing right there, she can give you a nice enough look, too. From hooks to pins is pretty good. Definitely cleaner through her chest than the one in third. You get this one out on motion, though, and she gets just a little tighter, maybe a little straighter through that hock, and I read her flatter through her forerib. This red one's bold and dimensional, like that about her, but that chest is dropping out. Just a little too mature for me at this stage of the game. Love the added power and substance that she has. Just need to freshen that one up. This smoke-colored one, same thing. She's starting to come apart kind of both ends. I like her body, and just standing there, she's level in her lines, but the shoulder's starting to open up, and she's too straight, and her hock just doesn't get out and go off that rear leg quite good enough. Young lady's black and white one there, too short-fronted and too tentative in her step off her rear leg. Good-bodied one. She's bold and deep in there and got some thickness in behind. Lengthen out that front end, get her to take a little better step. Red, white-bellied one here wants to be too straight in her shoulder, roach up in her top, kind of tucks up underneath of her as she goes. And then the black heifer that follows her, again, out of balance. She's a little deeper and bolder up front, and then just funnels back, and everything's just kind of going the wrong direction on that one. And we get into a couple heifers here. They're probably more feminine and attractive than a couple ahead of them, but they want to close up underneath, want to get frailer as you take them down to the ground.
Heads up down there, we got a heifer loose. Class 7 ORB, we need you in staging immediately. Class 7 ORB, we need you in staging immediately. Class 8, be making your way to the staging area as well. Results from class number 4 of ORB show. First place goes to Cutter Sullivan, Trinity County 4-H. Second place was Derek Valshar of Schulenburg FFA. And third was Coy Bracken of Dayton FFA. Fourth place, Dylan Hempel, Victoria County 4-H. In fifth was Charlotte Smalley of Idalou FFA. In sixth place, Alexis Hargrove of Hill County 4-H. In seventh was Randon Schwab of Guadalupe County 4-H. Eighth place went to Colorado Sisk of Bonham FFA. And ninth place was Hayden Taylor of Comanche FFA.
You said Hill County.
Hill, yeah.
You said Bell County.
Now moving back into the ring are our class winners from the first 4 classes, and our judge will select the calf champion.
got a good first division here in the ORBs, and I'm pleased with the 4 class winners. I think there's some give and take out here for sure. It comes down to the first and the 4th class, in my opinion. I like the heifer out of this first class in terms of just her look and attractiveness up through that front third. Tremendously long body. Like to lay that tail head down in her just a bit. Maybe blend her just a little more smoothly shoulder to forerib. I think Heifer gets out and moves pretty good for the kind of stoutness and power she has. Heifer out of the 4th one is obviously a little older, and so she's a little more advanced in her body shape and her depth, and I think yet still handles that pretty good. She's not quite as neat necked there, but I do like her out through her hip, like the way her tail head's set in her. Got a nice set to her hind leg. Every once in a while she'll just take a little bit goofier step, but I think just when you take that first initial impression of that one, most of the time it's pretty good here in terms of just being a balanced heifer with some body, yet still having enough look and getting out and traveling good. So again, nice set of heifers. I'll go out and show you who I like, Champion Reserve.
Ladies and gentlemen, your champion heifer calf comes out of class number 4, exhibited by Cutter Sullivan of Trinity County 4-H. And your reserve champion heifer calf comes out of class 1, exhibited by Jake Heyman of Harris County 4-H. Congratulations to our calf division champions.
Now we're going to class 7.
Class 7.
Thank you.
Now be moving into class 7 in our ORB show. These are fall-born heifers, November and December 2014. ORB heifer exhibitors, class 9 and 10, you can start making your way to staging. ORB heifers, class 9 and 10, please start making your way to staging. Attention ORB exhibitors, we need classes 8, 9, and 10 to staging. ORB, classes 8, 9, and 10 to staging.
That's a close pair up here. I think both these cattle are stout and powerful, big-bodied, dimensional. You got to like that about them. I honestly think both these heifers need to be sounder. And you know, I was trying to figure out if I was going to call one of them sounder and the other. I'm not smart enough to tell you which one of these is sounder. They're different and how they move, and they both need to be better. What I can tell you is when they get stopped and put together, I like that one better. I like the way she ties from her shoulder into her top line. I like the way she is from hooks to pins, and she does it with a little extra stoutness. She can get her front feet together a little better there and just kind of stay a notch more collected here at the stand. Like I said, when they go, they both need to go a little better, but when they're stopped, I guess to me that one comes together a little nicer. Huge body. full-bodied, long, dimensional one, no doubt here. The young lady's heifer in second. I love all that about her. I wanted to initially make her into a little bit smoother one, but I just don't know if she is any smoother really than that one that wins the class. But a very nice female in her own right. If she could just get out and go a little easier, then she could win. At times, I was trying to talk myself into this black one being the more feminine, smoother one, and I was hoping that she was sounder, but I don't think that you can say that she's sounder than either of them either. They're a little different. She gets pretty short in her step off of her rear leg. Now, she is a little smoother and is a little more feminine, but that's because she's not as stout. She's not as stout-featured. She's not as powerful, but I do like her kind quite a bit. Just wish she could get out and grab a little more ground as well. Heifer that comes next, kind of same mold, moderate, bold, stout, like those first couple. Wants to open up just a little bit more up front, more rigid in her hock as well. And again, not to be too critical, but on these cattle here in this, particularly here in this class ORBs, I think there's plenty that were stout, plenty that had a lot of dimension. Would have liked to have seen just a few more that could combine that with the soundness and kind of look that we've been able to find most of the day here. Young lady that's going to come in the fifth spot here. This heifer is just a little more moderate, wants to come apart in her loin a little bit. It's almost inverted in her hip, and those kind that do that usually have a little more set to their hind leg and a little awkward as she goes. Another stout, powerful, dimensional one that wants to get pinched up in her top next. White-footed one, kind of wants to drop her pin, slopes off there, and consequently comes out of balance when she's on the move. Blaze-face heifer might be just a little higher in her pins, but she gets tied up in her spine, doesn't have the rib and the body of that one ahead of her. And then we get into just, some give and take, depending on where you wanted to put your priorities. I know this little roan heifer needs more body. I guess I thought she was a little more attractive and put together a little better than a couple of these others. We got some here that just get a little too quick and coarse in their joints and piecey in their makeup, just don't look like females, or at least the kind that I was after here today.
Thank you, Dr. Scheich. Results from class number 7 in our ORB show. First place goes to Case Hendricks of Princeton FFA. Second place is Madison Culpepper of Gonzales County 4-H. In third is J.T. Merrick of Industrial FFA. Fourth place is Derek Valshar of Schulenburg FFA. Fifth place is Grace Foster of Huffman FFA. In sixth was Megan Chapman of Willis FFA. Seventh place was Victoria Smalley of Idalou FFA. Eighth place is Aaron Roman of Bastrop County 4-H. Ninth place, Jolie Holcomb of Huffman FFA. And 10th place was Hannah Hubbard of Angleton FFA. Moving in the ring is Class 8 of our ORB show. These are heifers that were born September and October of 2014. Class 10 ORB, Class 10 ORB, we need you to staging.
Nice class here. I think there's more cattle at the top end of this one that are, a little better moving than what we had in the last go there. And so it doesn't maybe sort it as much as, and even though in the last class I would say it didn't really sort it because they all had a couple issues there. There's difference in body type in this class, though. These two up here are a prime example. The heifer that I'm going to lead off with is one that's a little leaner for sure, and consequently she doesn't have as much just body and mass. But I like the way her neck ties out top of her shoulder. I appreciate the condition she's in down there through her chest, and I still think her body shape is good. Body depth is good. She's got dimension from behind. And even though I said I think they're all pretty sound, I think just the fact that she's cleaner in her condition really allows her to be athletic in her step. When this black one hit the ring, I thought she'd be tough to get around, and I guess I talked myself into putting her in second here. Love the depth of rib that she has, really cowy, broody look. Just carrying a little more condition than I think she needs to. She'd still be a big-bodied one. Just like to freshen her up just a bit, but love the kind that she is for sure. Then we come into this one here in third, and she probably initially resembles the heifer in second because she's super deep-sided and like that about her. You get in behind her, I read her just a little flatter in her makeup, and certainly her brisket's starting to fall down out of her, and that chest is just dropped and throws her off in terms of her balance. Red and white one, stout, powerful, really got a big hip when you get in behind her. A little coarse to her shoulder, a little deep to her chest as well, throws her off on her balance. Yellow and white one over there gets a little cresty necked and a little piecey right in there behind her shoulder. I love the dimension that she has, and she has a pretty decent hind leg too. We could have used some hind legs like that in that last go. Then when there's a close placing, I think, there in 6 and 7. Black and white heifer's a little more moderate. The yellow heifer's probably just a little smoother there in the way she's put together. Hereford marked one, just a nice kind of middle-of-the-road heifer that I thought was sounder than this black and white one that follows her. Black and white one's stout and powerful, but she gets a little too rigid in her hock. We get into a couple black heifers there that need to be redesigned structurally. This white heifer sure needs to go better, awfully straight through her shoulder, really struggles off of her rear leg there. Black heifer, same thing, kind of low-headed and off in her hind leg. Both the white one and the black one got some depth of rib. It gives them advantage over these final two because they're both heifers that also need to go better, but they too are a little shallower in their body.
Results from class number 8 of our ORB show. First place goes to Andrew Fleming of Sealy FFA. In second was Ashley Caldwell of Red River County 4-H. Third place was Kaiser Ottmers of Gillespie County 4-H. Fourth place, Caitlin Alexander of Leonard FFA. In fifth was Lauren Lee of Hamilton FFA. Sixth place went to Bailey Fleming of Magnolia West FFA. Seventh place was Wrangler Luke Willis FFA. Eighth place went to Michael Taylor of Hamilton County 4-H. Ninth place, Bethany Hyman of Stockdale FFA. And 10th place was Caitlin Lopez of Elgin FFA. Class number 9 is currently in the ring. It was a single entry, the heifer born July of 14.
Single entry heifer here, a moderate female that's got some width and some dimension to her. Like to lengthen her out maybe just a bit, and although he gets her put together with a stick at the stand here, when you set her in motion, she doesn't stay quite as correct in her top line, but sure got to appreciate the width and the power she has.
Class winner of class number 9 goes to Matthew Tack of Pasadena FFA. Moving in now is class number 10. These are heifers that were born May and June of 2014. ORB exhibitors, we need all entries in classes 13, 14, and 15 to staging. Classes 13, 14, and 15 to staging. Attention ORB exhibitors, we need classes 13, 14, and 15 to staging. Classes 13, 14, and 15 to staging.
I like the added balance and look of this black heifer over the red one. I think both these females got some body and some dimension, or for that matter, the heifer in third does as well. And these first three just kind of soared on look and eye appeal and movement. Black heifer gets out and takes a nice long step off her rear leg. She just stays more proportional and balanced. You could still make her just a little better right there at the top of her shoulder and the way things tie together. Maybe change her teat placement just a bit, but she's going to calve here in a month, right on schedule. Nice, fresh-looking female. Red one's stout, and I like that about her, good-bodied, and she's better through her shoulder and still gives me a little fresher look than the heifer that's in third. I just thought she was just not quite as coordinated as she went as that black heifer. Maybe didn't just balance out quite as good, but boy, she's massive when you get up on top. Big, wide spread down there, and tremendous body as well. 3 and 4 here. I know this heifer in third needs to go a little better, but just overwhelms the 1 and 4th in terms of rib and body. Further along in terms of gestation, I like that natural dimension. Just need to free her up a little bit. Black heifer's got an attractive enough look, just a little shallow and hollowed out in her body, not very far along here in terms of being bred, and I think that throws her off just a bit in terms of her balance. You combine that with a little extra set to her hind leg, and there's some times that she just doesn't give me a good enough look on the go.
Results from class number 10 in our ORB show. First place goes to Michaela Lucky of Johnson County 4-H. Second place is Audrey Fowler of Honey Grove FFA. Third place, Selena Sierra of Harris County 4-H. And fourth place, Abby Battles of Bel Air FFA. Once they finish processing those class winners, we'll bring them back around with our other class winners, and Dr. Scheich will select our champion junior heifer. Attention all ORB exhibitors. There's no need to go by the livestock office to get your release stamp. You do not need a stamp at this point, so no need to go by the livestock office to get your release stamp. You can reminder one last time as well, show photo by Katina is taking pictures today at the backdrop, and then also here in the show ring, we need our breed champions to make their way to the backdrop and have their pictures taken. We'd like to have all those done prior to the Supreme Drive this evening. There'll be backdrop photos. Obviously, there'll be some candid photos here in the show ring. You can go online at showphoto by Katina, Katina.com, and view those photos and purchase those photos online.
Out here for junior champion, the ORBs. Orange one up front there, really stout and powerful, big-legged one. said class needs to go just a little better, and still say for her to really be in contention out here needs to take just a little longer step. That one's pretty impressive standing there, though. A heifer out of the second deal is certainly an attractive one that can get out and go. Maybe gives up just a little mass to that orange one and the black one out of the fourth class, but I like her soundness, like her attractiveness. Our single entry here maybe gets just a little overwhelmed out in this bunch, a little too moderate for me, but she's stout, got a big top, big hip in her. And then the black heifer out of the final class of this division, again, one that can get out and go pretty good. Maybe not just quite as neat and long up front as that one out of the second class, but love the body and the boldness she has, natural dimension. And again, going to calve here in about a month, coming along pretty good there. So again, nice set of heifers. I'll go out and select champion reserve in this junior division.
Ladies and gentlemen, your junior division champion comes out of class number 10, exhibited by Michaela Lucky of Johnson County 4-H. And the reserve champion junior heifer comes out of class number 8, exhibited by Andrew Fleming of Sealy FFA. Congratulations to our division champions. Now move to our senior division with class number 13. These are going to be heifers that were born March and April of 2014.
Got a really nice one to lead off this class. Super attractive, balanced female, great bodied. Gets out and moves nice. Going to calve here in a few weeks. I really like that female. Wins this class pretty handily. White face heifer that comes in second here is a stout, high-performing one, big-bodied. Like that length and dimension that she has. Not as neat, not as attractive, not as good moving as that one that wins the class, but decided advantage in terms of performance and mass over the one in third. And yet she's still, even though I said she wasn't as good made as that one, that's still a heifer that's got some balance to her. Then we round out the class one that's just a little behind in terms of performance, not as far along in terms of gestation either.
Results from class number 13 in our ORB show. First place goes to Kendra Elder of Whitney FFA. Second place is Cassie Coy of Willis FFA. And third place is Morgan Hutcherson of Magnolia West FFA. Moving into ring is class 14. These are females that were born January and February of 2014. We need all entries in class 15 to staging immediately. All entries in class 15, we need you to staging immediately. We also need our calf division champions to make their way back to the staging area.
Going to start with the yellow and white one here, and both these females are going to calve later, late summer, early fall time frame here. I just see a little more balance in the yellow and white one. Study where her chest is, even though it's not perfect. I think she's a little more tucked up there relative to where her flank sits. I see her neck coming out top of her shoulder a little better. She gets out and moves. I think she maintains her balance. A heifer that's in second here, moderate, big-bodied one, got some dimension, just a little deeper and more open up front there, throws her off in terms of her eye peel from the side.
Results of Class 14 in our ORB show. First place goes to Travis Morgan of Rockdale FFA. Second place is Kinley Coble of Montgomery County 4-H. Now bring in class number 15. These are females born September through December of 2013. Class 15, ORBs, we're leading them in. Class 15, we're leading them in.
Wish the young man's female here I'm going to lead off with had a calf at side, but I like her the best here in this division. Nice balanced female. She's correct out of her hip. Got a nice hind leg in her there and just really balances up nice. Cal here's got a calf at side, just a couple months old, they said. And I think she's doing a nice job with that calf. Cal's just a little out of balance, a little tight and restricted out of that shoulder. I'd like to fix her there. Maybe shorten those teats just a bit. Got a nice calf. Young man's white-faced heifer here, not going to calve till this fall, he said, so I'd sure like to speed that up just a bit. Here's a moderate one, though, that you like the body shape and dimension. I could probably lengthen her out just a bit as well.
Results from class number 15 in our ORB show. First place goes to Mason Hunter of Troop FFA. Second place is Jared Reed of Marble Falls FFA. And third place is Cotton Gamble of Shackleford County 4-H. Once they've processed those heifers in the back, we'll lead them back around, and our judge will select the senior division champion.
out here for senior division. I think there's one that kind of walks away with it just in terms of being really attractive, good balanced, super sound on her feet and legs, nice bodied one. She's going to win pretty easily. To me, it's going to get just a little closer there for reserve between a couple of heifers. We'll pull that second place heifer in out of that class. I'll take one more look and get it a reserve champion.
Ladies and gentlemen, your champion senior heifer comes out of class number 13, exhibited by Kendra Elder of Whitney FFA. And a reserve champion senior female also comes out of class 13, exhibited by Cassie Coy of Willis FFA. Congratulations to our senior division champions. We'll get all of our division winners together, and our judge will select a champion ORB heifer. Ooh. As a reminder, we will have a Supreme Heifer Drive following the conclusion of the ORB show. We'll take about a 20-minute break, and we'll bring back all of our breed champions from today, and our judge will select a Supreme Champion Heifer and reserve Supreme Champion Heifer. Attention in the barn, we've had another cell phone turned in, so if you're missing one, we might have it up here at the announcer stand.
No, it's getting late here. Not going to make comments back through these, talk to each of these divisions so when they were here and describe these cattle. I think it's a nice set out here. Let's put our hands together for these ORB exhibitors. You're kind of the last one standing out here. Nice set. I'll get you a champion reserve.
Ladies and gentlemen, your grand champion ORB heifer comes out of the senior division, exhibited by Kendra Elder of Whitney FFA. And your reserve champion ORB heifer comes out of the calf division, exhibited by Cutter Sullivan of Trinity County 4-H. Congratulations to our champion ORB exhibitors. Again, we'll take about a 20-minute break, and then we will have our Supreme Champion Drive. So put it on your watch about 8:40. We want to be leading those heifers in, so we'll make a call for them about 8:35. Reminder to the parents of the champion ORB heifers or exhibitors, we need you to come to the vet's office while the drug test is performed. So parents of Kendra Elder and Cutter Sullivan, if you could make your way down to the vet's office. Attention in the barn, attention in the barn. All of our breed champions, if you have not had your picture taken yet, please make your way to the backdrop and take care of that before the Supreme Drive. All breed champions and reserve breed champions, if you have not had your picture made, please make your way to the backdrop and take care of that before the Supreme Drive. All right, we're ready to get started with our Supreme Drive. We need all of our breed champions and reserve breed champions back to the staging area. Please bring your breed champions and reserve breed champions back to the staging area. All right, we're ready to lead them in. Coming in first today, we've got our champion Angus heifer, exhibited by Callie Ann West of Paris, Texas. Callie's future plans are to attend Texas Tech University, get a degree in ag business, and then go back to school, become a psychiatrist. Callie's favorite hobbies include showing cattle and spending time with her family. Leading in our champion Charlet heifer is Mason Livefesti of Cameron, Texas. Mason's future plans are to become a farmer and rancher, and he would like to go to Kansas State University. His favorite hobbies include showing cattle, hunting, and driving tractors. With our champion Hereford is Alex Harris of Salado, Texas. Alex plans to attend Texas A&M to become a teacher, and Alex's favorite hobbies include sports and showing cattle. With the champion limousine is Madison Culpepper of Gonzales, Texas. Madison's future plans are to go to Texas A&M and major in animal science and continue raising show cattle. Madison's favorite hobbies include showing cattle, playing basketball, and volleyball. Their champion Manon Jew heifer is Kennedy Kuykendall of Meridian, Texas. Kennedy's future plans are to go to college and become a vet tech. Her favorite hobbies include showing cattle and playing sports. With the champion Red Angus is Riley Hall of Waller, Texas. Riley plans to attend Texas A&M and become a veterinarian. Her favorite hobby is showing cattle. With the champion Shorthorn is McKinley Evans of Idalou, Texas. McKinley's future plans include raising shorthorn cattle and hopefully going to vet school. McKinley's favorite hobby is showing cattle and farming with her dad. With the champion Simmental, we have Brianna Warren of College Station, Texas. Brianna's future plans are to go to LSU or FSU and play softball, graduate with a degree in kinesiology, and become a physical therapist. Her favorite hobbies include playing softball and volleyball, showing cattle, hanging out with friends and family, and she says she is blessed with all of these opportunities. And with our champion ORB heifer is Kendra Elder of Bloom, Texas. Kendra's future plans include attending Texas A&M and majoring in ag communications. Kendra's favorite hobbies are raising show cattle, including Key and Charlet cattle, and being active in school activities. Now lead in our reserve champions, starting off with reserve champion Angus, exhibited by Shelby Phillips of Stanton, Texas. Shelby's future plans are to become a teacher, and her favorite hobby is showing cattle. With the reserve champion Charlet is Callie Ellis of LaWard, Texas. Callie plans to attend Texas A&M and major in ag communications and journalism, and her favorite hobbies are showing cattle with family and friends. With the reserve champion Hereford is Stephanie Golightly of Belleville, Texas. Stephanie's future plans are to go to college to pursue a degree to become an embryologist, and her favorite hobbies are dancing and showing cattle. With the reserve champions limousine is Cole Sullivan of Groveton, Texas. Cole plans to have his own cattle business in the future, and his favorite hobbies are basketball and showing cattle. With the reserve champion Manon Jew is Braden DeBoard of Bardwell, Texas. Braden's future plans include to go to school to get his education and then run the family farm and ranch. Braden's favorite hobbies are playing the fiddle, showing cattle, and farming. With the reserve champion Red Angus is Bryce McCutcheon of Conroe, Texas. Bryce's future plans are to go to Texas A&M, and favorite hobbies include showing cattle